Hear you now. Good job.
Okay. Thank you.
We got you.
And we are good to go.
Oh, we're on
So when
TV.
you're ready, you can call the meeting to order, Mayor.
Okay, we are at 6:30. All right, I will call the meeting to order for June 2nd, 2020. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the
flag of the United States of America
States of America.
and to the republic
To the republic
for which it stands,
which stands
one nation,
one nation
under God,
under God,
and indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
All right, great. All right, welcome everybody to the
timing.
council meeting. All right, Councilmember Kopang, do you have a proposed motion?
I do have a proposed motion. Let me pull that up. My apologies. Here we go. I move to amend the agenda to add a council business item, 7C, entitled A Resolution of the City of Federal Way, Washington, temporarily allowing shared parking for outdoor restaurant activity.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the matter is added. All right, now we are on to presentations. First, we'll have a mayoral proclamation for June 2020 for Pride Month, and we've got a video. And actually, you know what? I actually read the entire proclamation. Thomas and we yesterday, for the first time in our city's history, we raised the pride flag outside on one of the 3 flagpoles in front of City Hall yesterday. We had a great group, and Allison Fine Taylor was there, along with Senator Claire Wilson, our own Representative Jesse Johnson, a small group of people with masks on and socially distanced, engaged in a very small group, and we said a few words. Can we play the video from that moment?
Yes, we can. I can cue it up now.
Okay. I'm so pleased to have everybody here today. Thank you so much for coming. This is a day long in the making. And I just have to tell you, Allison, thank you so much for your leadership, and Senator and Representative. Thank you. You know, I think that this entire, the Pride flag, the efforts on behalf of the LGBT community, and really our entire community and our state and our region, really, I think, are learning that love is love. And ultimately, it's about respect for human rights and respect of your neighbor and respect of everybody. And I have to tell you that, you know, we had that, and one of the things I say to Allison is that we had a hearing here Jesse was there, and we had a public hearing about whether we were going to fly the flag and to hear the input from the community. And we heard a diverse range of opinions, but I have to tell you that, ironically, it was listening to that conversation and understanding how people of LGBTQ that are LGBTQ, how they have felt and how they want inclusion and how they want to be treated with dignity and respect and ultimately love. And that's really what this is about. And it was that in the moment that made me realize that not only are we going to fly this flag, but I felt it was important for me as the mayor of the city to go out and purchase this flag myself. So that's what we did, and I'm honored to be here to do this. We're going to have you guys help out with the raising of the flag. But before I do this, before we go, Senator, would you like to say a few words?
Well, I just, I want to honor Allison because I think when we think about, I just have to just kind of put it in context with this weekend especially. And, Stonewall started with riots and when people standing up and speaking out. And so, if we put everything into perspective, this is around when people are not getting their needs met, when they feel like they're not being heard. And when you feel like you have to elevate yourself so loudly to be heard, it just shouldn't be that way. And I'm very proud of Federal Way yesterday to see how folks stood together and stood up and stood out, and not negating at all the violence or what happened, but really deeply understanding where that pain comes from, and that we as a community have gone through the same things over the years. So it's in solidarity, I think, today that we raise the flag not only for our brothers and our sisters and our siblings, but when we think about race being really the basis of so much of the disproportionality and the inequity in the world, that it's just so important that we are able to connect those two things together. So you have to stand up and stand out, and you have to speak up and speak out. And sometimes people don't necessarily like what you have to say because it hurts sometimes to hear what the truth is. I think the other piece is, and I'm so thankful for you, Mayor, because we now have a community that perhaps represents all. And that has always been, I think, what we should do and what we've been striving to do.
Very good. Okay, let's have Allison, and then we'll have Representative Johnson. Allison?
Yeah, I think when I sort of went on this journey, I didn't intend on it to become all this. But I will say, I didn't do it for me. Sorry, I can't talk like that. I didn't do this for me. I did this for people who've been in this community forever, like Catherine North and Josh Fike, and so many people who have existed in Federal Way, but live in the shadows of their truth because they are not sure how their community will accept them. And I know this was a journey for you, and I'm super proud of you as the mayor to go from, wanting to be fair and equitable to everyone to then realizing that this is part of equity work. And so thank you for honoring what Pride is for myself and for your constituents, and for making the right decision, even though it was a really hard decision. And I'm just really grateful to have made Federal Way my home.
Thank you. Well, the decision got very easy. And Representative Johnson, would you like to say a few words?
Sure, thank you. I'll just be brief. I know that Pride Month means a lot to so many people, and I'm just thankful for Allison's work in this endeavor. And really the mayor, I know the city council kind of put it back on you, and you made a really courageous next step in making this happen, and so I appreciate that. And this is really about one shared humanity, love for everyone, and I just really appreciate our city coming together and standing up for the LGBTQ plus community and everyone, that all the families, all the people in our community and communities around will know that this is a welcome city.
That's right. It really is all about love when you think about it, and accepting our fellow neighbors. Okay, so I do have the proclamation. Allison, could you please hold the flag while I read this? And I need my, so we've got the official here. Proclamation, Pride Month, June 2020. Whereas, let's see if I can do it without my glasses. Whereas,
I could not tell you.
exactly. The city of Federal Way is a welcoming community and is fortunate to have such a diverse population, including citizens who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, allies, pansexual, and whereas the mayor of the city of Federal Way proclaimed Federal Way as a welcoming city in March of 2017 and stated that Federal Way fosters a welcoming environment for all residents and visitors, regardless of race, ethnicity, place of origin, or sexual orientation or identity. And the mayor and the city council recognized that June as Pride Month in 2019 in a historic declaration that was absolutely, great. Whereas Washington State and King County have led the nation in protecting the civil rights of our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, allies, and pansexual neighbors, co-workers, friends, and family members. And whereas in the movement toward equal rights for LGBTQIA people, an historic turning point occurred on June 28, 1969, in Manhattan, New York, a place I have actually visited, which is often cited as beginning the LGBTQ rights movement in the United States. Whereas, while further progress is needed, it is important to recognize and celebrate the substantial gains that have been achieved. And Whereas the City of Federal Way recognized the need for the community to work to promote equal rights for all, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. Now, therefore, I, the undersigned Mayor of the City of Federal Way, hereby proclaim the month of June 2020 as Pride Month, and we will fly the Pride flag at City Hall the entire month. The City of Federal Way affirms its support and acceptance for children, adults, parents, families, and allies within the LGBTQIAP community. Signed this first day of June 2020 by myself. Senator? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and standing up and being proud. I'm really proud to be part of this community, and I hope you are too.
Thank you. Should we raise this flag? Let's do it. Okay.
Before we do that, can I have everyone who is part of the community come and touch this flag before it goes up, please?
Yeah, come on, you guys.
Kathy? No, come on. There you go.
Okay. If you're comfortable to go behind the flagpole if you'd like. Put side up. It is a great day.
All right, thank you. That was quite the presentation. I believe we are joined tonight with Allison Fine-Taylor, David Todd, and Joshua Fike for the Pride Flag proclamation. Allison, David, and Joshua, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, you can. Okay. Oh. Can you hear me on my computer?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you hear the echo?
We did it first. Yes. I don't hear it anymore.
That's weird. I think it's because I have my computer on and my phone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, first of all, Mayor, this is weird. I know you guys have had many weeks to do this. I haven't yet. Sorry. Mayor, Council President, and Council. This is the first time I've seen you guys. It's weird. Your houses all look like the City Hall. It's kind of strange. First of all, I do want to stop and say to Councilmember Kochmar, I have had you in my thoughts recently for your recent loss. And to Councilmember Moore, I appreciate you putting this on the table last June and making this a priority for yourself and the community. And I know that it hasn't been that long of a journey, but it's been a bit of a journey to get to where we were yesterday. And I just have to say, just reiterate what I said yesterday, really, which was this is a long time coming in our community. There are probably over 100,000 people that live here, and a good part of our community is from the queer community. And I hope that this move really shows solidarity with those people. And it really shows that we're trying to make an effort. I know that we are still growing in our mindsets and growing in our diversity, growing a little faster than I think is comfortable for some people. But I think that this was a really hard decision. I think that you made the right one, Mayor Farrell, and I appreciate all of the council members who have supported this effort. And I just hope that we can continue to be inclusive, not just to the queer community, but to all the different races that we have, to all the different ethnic backgrounds and religions, and that we spend more time together, because I think that that's how you learn that we are more alike than we are different, is when we spend time together. So I know there's a lot of diversity in our community still, diversity of mind, which causes uncomfortable situations, but sometimes being in those uncomfortable situations leads to progress. So I really appreciate it so very much to each one of you that I believe supported this effort. And I appreciate being able to be here to speak on behalf of that.
Great. Awesome. David or Joshua, did you want to say a few words?
Mayor, I don't have David joined, but I do have Joshua, so he'll be up next.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Allison, and thank you for being there yesterday. It was a great event. Joshua?
He's joined, but he's not connected to audio. I've allowed him the ability to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that through my phone?
Joshua, go ahead. Can you hear us?
Sorry about that. I was connected through my phone and my computer, so I think I was just talking through my phone. Anyway, thank you so much for the recognition. The acronym that the mayor read to describe our community is long, but just shows how different the people in our community are. Many people who work tirelessly to make Federal Way a better place are not always familiar with the needs of our community. We experience social isolation and feeling invisible in different ways, which has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis. Some examples, 40% of homeless teens identify as LGBTQ. LGBTQ kids experience higher degrees of bullying at school and from their own families. Our seniors who enter into adult family homes and nursing homes often lose all their connection to their communities. The senior facilities they live at do not take them to social outings within the LGBTQ community. Sometimes seniors cannot reveal that they are LGBTQ because they fear being hated by the people who give them their daily medication. Since we raised the flag yesterday, we have been making more connections with each other. This makes our community stronger, and it makes a huge difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Okay, well, thank you. We did it. The flag is up. It'll be up the entire month of June. So, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking the initiative to put this
Councilmember Moore,
mayoral proclamation.
Farrell, there was one other speaker, Julian Franco.
Oh,
Julian Franco. Okay.
And so
sorry about that.
Sorry. My mistake. Ronald Waitman. So he will be next.
Okay. Let's hear from Ronald. We'll do a take two in a minute, Councilmember Moore.
Ronald should be able to talk.
Hello.
There you are. We can hear you. Hi, we can hear you.
Hi. Great. I am with Allison, and I have been a longtime resident of Federal Way. Today we have a saying from George Takei, the actor: we should indeed keep calm in the face of difference and live our lives in a state of inclusion and wonder at the diversity of humanity. Today's headlines prove even after all these years, we all continue to fight and struggle to have a seat at the table. We want what everyone wants, to be included. Our language in our society has to change to one of inclusiveness for everyone. It is a frightening time, but we can no longer marginalize people no matter what. We all deserve love, respect, and equality on all levels. No more excuses. My better half and I have been together for 32 years. Our first year together, we resided here in Federal Way. The owner of our apartments discovered that we were a gay couple and refused to accept our rent and started proceedings to have us evicted. We fought back and won only because he admitted during a deposition that he didn't want any faggots living in his house. During that time period, I was also working at a local restaurant where I was physically accosted by 5 of my fellow male employees about being gay, and one of them tried to sexually assault me. I escaped my persecutors and never went back. I didn't call the police because during those days, you just didn't talk about it, and I didn't think anybody would believe me. Pat and I, at that point, we moved to Tacoma, and we were afforded the opportunity to represent our community with a nonprofit organization, and in tandem with Pierce County AIDS Foundation, founded Tacoma's Gay Pride in the summer of 1997 at the University of Puget Sound. Planting those seeds so many years ago has brought forth such an amazing event every single year since then, inspiring and giving hope and a voice to all people in our LGBTQ plus community. No matter your race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, disability, or sexual orientation, everyone's welcome. So get ready for August 2021 for Federal Way's inaugural Gay Pride, and everyone is welcome at our party. When we can truly embrace and love ourselves and the world around us, then we will find peace and acceptance. And we took those first steps when we raised that Gay Pride in Federal Way, the great Gay Pride flag in Federal Way. Thank you so very much to the council and to you, Mayor. You've given hope to an old man. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you for continuing what we started last year and producing the mayoral proclamation. And thank you to the council from last year in taking that first step and saying that we value, we love, and we cherish all human beings here in Federal Way, no matter who you are. I think as a city leader and as a public official, it's really important that we build a community for all individuals, that we build a community to let people know that all are welcome and no one will be judged for who they are. And we started that journey last year. We've continued it, and I'm looking forward to the 2021 party, as Ron said. And we have a long ways to make sure that our community is welcome for all individuals. And so I look forward to continuing to take down barriers and continue to ensure that this is a community for every human being, no matter who you are. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'll definitely be working with you on other policies and ideas, as well with my colleagues. And so, thank you for taking this initiative. I think this was really important. I'm glad to see this pride flag flown here. And I look forward to our community continuing to celebrate all individuals. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, now we've got moving on to our next proclamation for the COVID-19 anti-discrimination awareness. I believe each council member to present to Diversity Commission Julian Franco. Council? We'll start with Councilmember Baruso.
Oh, okay, Mayor. We have it. Right. We have it planned, so we're going to just go down the line and read it that way. So
okay,
I will
sounds good.
defer to Councilmember Sevadasan.
Councilmember Sevadasan.
Yes. Whereas Federal Way is known for and celebrates its diverse population, cultures, and business communities, and
whereas according to U.S. Census data, Federal Way minority-owned businesses comprise 36% of the city's total businesses, and
whereas Whereas a large percentage of Washington state businesses and members of our community workforce continue to suffer significant economic hardship from the global COVID-19 pandemic, and
whereas instances of race-based harassment and discrimination has occurred in our region and our state against minority-owned businesses and communities since the COVID-19 outbreak began, and
Federal Way has and will always benefit from the diversity of our immigrant population, which I'm sorry.
No.
The persistent.
Yes.
Whereas thank you so much, Councilmember Copain. Whereas the persistent spread of misinformation based upon fear should be rejected by all residents as it creates further mistrust of minority-owned businesses and divides our community. And
whereas Federal Way has and will always benefit from the diversity of our immigrant population, which includes their rich cultural and economic contributions, and
whereas Federal Way values this relationship tremendously and welcome all those that will call our city home or build their businesses here, and
whereas there is no race, nationality, or ethnicity responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic, and having any specific ancestry does not make a person more vulnerable than others, and
whereas any act of discrimination toward minority communities and businesses, especially in this difficult and unprecedented time, shall not be tolerated.
Now therefore, we, the undersigned mayor and city council of the city of Federal Way, do hereby proclaim June 2020 as COVID-19 Anti-Discrimination Awareness Month. And we call on every citizen to celebrate our great city's diversity and foster inclusiveness with the belief that every life has equal value, and acknowledging that we are all in this together.
All right, great.
Thank
I
you.
think we've got our diversity commissioner, Julian Franco.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mayor Farrell, Council President, and members of City Council for inviting me into your virtual space today to speak and accept this proclamation. And special thanks to Councilmember Baruso for reaching out to not only accept this proclamation as a citizen of Federal Way, but to engage in a dialogue regarding privilege, power, and racial discrimination. Again, my name is Julian, a citizen born, raised, and now residing in Federal Way. I proudly come from Filipino roots, with aunties and uncles owning independent stores here, providing catering for many birthdays. My high school memories led back from going to the various Vietnamese pho restaurants in the city with friends after football games and choir concerts, and celebrating life accomplishments at local Korean barbecue restaurants. My favorite recreational activity is going on runs around dinner time here in Federal Way, as I pick up aromas from different cultures, cuisines, and stories of how immigrants brought their traditions and family recipes to our city. Right now, more than ever, there is rampant racism, both disguised and overt, happening here. We acknowledge from this proclamation that business owners of color are suffering from economic hardship, race-based harassment, and the dispersal of malicious race-related information, all while trying to survive and avoid contracting a virus that has taken the lives of people of color at a disproportionately faster rate than our white neighbors. And not only are incomes, homes, and livelihoods being impacted by discrimination, but lives are being taken. While minority-owned businesses are devastated by the impacts of COVID-19 to their health and sustainability, we find ourselves during this traumatic time realizing that racial discrimination is a virus of its own, taking the lives of Black people and other minorities. June 2020, we mourn the lives of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and other lives we do not hear about. We acknowledge it as COVID-19 Anti-Discrimination Awareness Month. I ask that everyone takes this month to acknowledge and sit in the discomfort of current race relations. Use this month to become educated, support minority groups, advocate for the oppressed, find solidarity with the struggles our LGBTQ+ friends endure as we also celebrate Pride, and plan what happens beyond this month of June. I hope this proclamation is the catalyst for a future city where younger residents will have fond memories like myself of the diverse establishments that make up this city, and can visit these establishments with their Black neighbors without fear of discrimination, harassment, or death. Thank you again, Mayor Farrell and City Council. I hope you continue to strive for equity and inclusion.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's see here. All right, now it's time for the mayor's emerging issues and report. Before we get into the financial update, I think it's important. For me to say a few words. Number one, I think that the homicide of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department, those 4 officers, the 1 charged now and the 3 that have yet to be charged, but we support certainly the charging of those other officers. We cannot condemn in the strongest possible terms, cannot stress how strongly we condemn those actions in the strongest possible terms. And it's absolutely outrageous, the crime and the murder that occurred there at the hands of law enforcement. And we understand that this is causing across our country a deep, deep pain because of historical issues and because of historical feelings of injustices and actual injustices. And it's our job to make sure that we're doing everything we can here at the city to serve our citizens, to serve with integrity and honesty and equality. And so I want to just let everybody know that this is at the very forefront of what we're doing here at the city to ensure that we have systems of integrity and that we operate with accountability. And we've got a great police department, and the chief put out a message today about the proud history of our police department. But no organization, no person is perfect, and we can get better, and we're going to get better, and we're going to listen to our neighbors, and we're going to make sure that we move forward as best we can to really listen to our friends and our neighbors and our colleagues to make sure that we have systems in place to address inequality and injustice. And so I just wanted to say that as the mayor of Federal Way, and I know the council, feel strongly about these issues as well, and they'll have a chance to talk in a few minutes. I do also want to say that the demonstration that was held on Sunday was done as peacefully and successfully, and was done, very respectfully, and had a lot of family members out there. And at a time in which the major cities and even some smaller cities are burning in America, that did not happen in the city of Federal Way when 400 of our neighbors got together. And so I was very fortunate. We were very fortunate to see that people at the very cornerstone of our republic is the ability to come together and be able to address their government and address what they believe are injustices and the aspirational nature of our government. So I was very happy about that. And I also want to say that I'm thankful the police department who was present. What's been occurring, and we all know this in our country, is that on the heels of peaceful demonstrations and people who have the best of intention is another element that wishes to exploit these. I think we all know that, and that there are elements that arrive and that infiltrate these groups, and then when they essentially when the opportune moment comes along, as happened in Seattle and New York and Washington, D.C., great damage is done to property and rioting. And again, that's happening. We're convulsing in this country right now. And a great deal of what is occurring there is a criminal element that is exploiting these purposes. And that should in no way detract from the important and foundational constitutional speech of people who feel aggrieved. And so I just want to say that. And because the next thing I want to say is that peaceful protest and sign waving that occurred on 3/29 on Sunday. 5 hours later, I think it was 5 or 6 hours later, I received notice from the governor's office that there was a roving band of bandits essentially running up and down I-5. Did tremendous amount of looting in Tukwila, in Renton, and in the early morning, well, actually in the late hours, I'd say past 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, we had attempted lootings at 4 locations in our community. One at Target, in which an arrest was made. and we were able to stop that in progress. A window was broken, and an attempted looting of that store. A very small number of people involved. I want to make sure it's clear. So we stopped those people right in the act and made an arrest. There was a car that ran into the Best Buy on Pacific Highway. That car did not get away. Merchandise was recovered from the car, and no widespread no major loss of merchandise in that store either, because of the quick action of our police department, and prevented loss from there as well. We had the T-Mobile store that was vandalized, and we interceded on that, stopped that, and then the Total Wine and more around 324th in that area, off Pack Highway. And again, well, the window was broken, and then that was stopped and interceded. So we didn't have any widespread looting. We didn't have any major loss of property, and we were able to, and by we, I mean our police department. I just want to commend our Chief Wong, who did Chief Wong and his entire police department, who did a phenomenal job. We called in, and I want the council and the community to know, we called in an extra shift as soon as we got word from the governor about what was happening. We brought in 8 officers. And I want to let you know, when I talked to the chief, he said, well, it's going to cost a lot of overtime. And I know, we've had many discussions about overtime. I said, I don't care what it costs. Get more officers here. And we were very fortunate that we had officers there to make sure that we did not have major loss of property. Our community and our region, our state, our country are reeling from our businesses being closed from COVID-19. And the last thing they need is to be even further damaged and vandalized. So I am so proud of our police department, as I know you are. You've been very supportive as a council of our police department, overwhelmingly so. And they just responded in just an exemplary fashion. I also want to say, going back, I thought that our police department really worked in partnership and with a great deal of respect with the protest groups on Sunday. We stayed a respectful distance away. There was a communication. The organizers were great, and they were great in regard to the communication that they had before the event with our police department. So I'm really proud of how our community has been handling this, and I'm really proud of our police department. So I wanted to say all that because I would be derelict in my duty as your mayor to go through the business of this meeting and not say those things. And I think we stand together against injustice in any form, and we certainly want to see justice done in Minneapolis and where injustice is done. Okay, thank you very much, council, for your patience. So let's move on to the financial update. When COVID-19 started, I promised the council that we would go at every meeting. We would have a financial update to make sure that we keep you informed, especially as before we begin the budget process, to ensure that we're tracking very closely the financial impact of that. With that, I'll turn this over to Aday. Thank you.
Why do you always have trouble? Good evening, Mayor Farrell, Council President Honda, and Council. Thank you for the Council and the Mayor allowing us to go through some of the financial decisions that we made almost about 3 months. And I'm very, very pleased to announce to you or to show you where we are. I will try to update you on the major revenue sources for the City of Federal Way. I will take you through the sales tax. Sales tax revenue account for 36% of our general fund. That is a sizable change. And I think any slight decrease or fluctuation in sales tax will affect this, the general fund and the city very much. The next one is property tax. Property tax also accounts for 26% of our general fund. And I want to take you through to see where we are as of the end of May and what it looks like from here on. Building permit fees, also that generate about 8% of our general fund revenue, and is actually one of the single, other than tax, single source of our revenue to the general fund. Traffic safety, I include these in there not because traffic safety or red light is part of general fund, but because major part of general fund function is paid for out of traffic and safety revenue based on the ordinance that the city passed several years ago. Utility tax, also this tax is not really in the general fund, but we transfer almost more than $8 million a year from utility tax into general fund. So general fund actually depends a great deal on utility tax to fund the day-to-day general fund operation. And also we use a major portion of our utility tax also to fund Prop 1, because when the law was passed about Prop 1, it listed several positions that will be funded, and as time goes by, the revenue from Prop 1 is not able to fund all of those positions. So we're using some of the regular utility tax fund to subsidize Prop 1. Also, I'll go over the Prop 1 and show us that. Sales tax, the good news is through the end of May, which reflects this tax activity of the month of March, which is the month we had the first shutdown. So our year-to-date revenue as of the end of May, which again accounted for the month of March, is $5.01 million. Our year-to-date budget is supposed to be $4.96. Last year, as of the end of May, we had $4.95 million. So year-to-date, we actually did better this year, despite lockdown, than we did last year. So that is part of what I was at the beginning of this pandemic. So, well, let's see what is chasing us before we start running. Let's see the impact this will make. And I really appreciate the mayor and council for allowing me that opportunity to say, well, okay, we'll see. And so for the month of March, which is again May, the budget is $1.35 million. And for the month of March, the actual revenue is $1,013,000. So we are just a little bit 200,000 in the month of March, which is the month that the lockdown actually started. Just $200,000 short of the budget, which without a pandemic, we can easily see that fluctuation. So for the May revenue, that account for maybe just about 84% of the budget we were able to get despite the lockdown. Just so that you know, the table at the bottom that you are seeing amount for pretty much from June through December are estimates that I hope will come to pass based on what we see in the month of March. And knowing that after the lockdown is lifted, there will be some adjustment. So that is my forecast. And I'm hoping that by the end of the year, we'll probably see just about 11% decrease in the total sales tax revenue and about $1.8 million in the projected loss. For the sales tax, what was the reason for how our sales tax performed and what will affect our sales tax revenue as we go along? First, the local economy. Our sales tax, the major players in our sales tax revenue are these stores: Costco, Walmart, Home Depot, Fred Meyers, Target, Jet Chevy, Best Buy, Lowe's, Amazon, and Safeway. And I think as I reported to you last month, those stores, Costco, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, they were doing well. That is part of what accounted for that sales tax that did not fall as major cities will see their sales tax decline. Our major provider were not shut down. Unlike Tequila, where the majority of their sales tax comes from the mall, and the mall was closed. The major provider for the city of Federal Way are these stores, and they were part of the essential stores, and they were now closed. And actually, they saw some major increase in their activities. Another major driver of our sales tax that did now and that will do in the future is the nationwide economy. If we were to tip into recession, from now on, it will no longer be just the pandemic, it will be lack of people not having money to spend. So that did not happen in the month of March. We depend mostly on the local economy despite the pandemic, and that was able to carry us through. Another major revenue source is our property tax. Just right off the bat, just so that you know, we will not lose property tax revenue, but it may affect our cash flow. What that means is, yes, whatever is levied will be collected, even if the property owner filed for bankruptcy or refuse to pay now. When the property is finally sold, we will get our money back. So the idea of losing the revenue will not happen as it pertains to property tax, but it may affect our cash flow if that money is not paid. And to some degree, it did affect our cash flow. King County allow property owner to defer their property tax revenue payment from the end of from May till later time. And you can see that as is reflected in our actual cash for the month of May. We budgeted about 1.5 million. And last year, we had 1.47 million. So this year is a little bit over a million. That is affecting our cash flow, but we will not lose the revenue. So for property tax, also, our year-to-date revenue is 5.19 million. The year-to-date budget is 5.9. And last year, the year-to-date was 5.73. So this year, because of the tax holiday that King County gave, we're kind of, in terms of cash flow, we're short. 2020 actual for June through December, as I mentioned for the sales tax, those are also estimate. That is what I'm hoping will happen as we go along. May revenue was just about 69% of the budget, and April was about 94% of the budget. And as I mentioned, King County allowed property owner to delay till May or till June the property tax that they're supposed to pay in May. So property tax revenue account for about 25.5% of our general fund revenue. Building permit. So that amount for about 7.7% of general fund. Year-to-date revenue is about 0.89 million. Year-to-date budget about 1.5. And in 2019, as of this time, we've brought in 2.13 million. 2020 actual, again, is an estimate, and the April revenue was about 63%, and May revenue was really dipped, 34%. Just for clarification, I think as we go along, Sound Transit will start getting their permit as we go along, and they are paying for certain costs and staff that are directly related to their project. I'm projecting about $1 million for the rest of the year in the building permit. And next year, I foresee that yes, the Sound Transit will keep on going, but I don't see major construction happening next year, especially if we tip into recession. Traffic safety or red light. This fund also, as I mentioned, is not really located in general fund, but it funds, the fund is not in general fund, but it funds positions and other items of general fund. So we have 1 lieutenant, 8 police officers, an emergency communication system that are paid for out of this fund. If we have a loss of revenue in this fund, that will affect those positions or those items that are paid for. So stay-at-home order actually affect this because we all know the traffic was greatly reduced. So the 2020 year-to-date revenue is about 73% of the budget. So, and if you look at the month of May, so we have 110,000 instead of 312,000 that was budgeted. I foresee in the month of June, July, it probably will pick up as people return back to work. But with this pandemic, I don't think the volume will be as high as it has always been. I have the feeling there will be more people working from home or, taking more days to work from home. So the traffic will probably be a little bit less than what it has been. Utility tax. The potential loss from utility tax is very minimal, especially as it will affect the general fund. But commercial building use the most utility and pay the largest share of our utility tax. So when some of the buildings were shut down, a good example is the City Hall, the use of maybe because some of us are still here, but not all the lights are turned on. In some places, they reduce where the entire building is totally shut down. They modify the use of gas. They modify the use of electricity to heat up the building. So that probably affect the utility tax a little bit, but not as much. How will utility tax affect general fund? 8.47 million was transferred into general fund in 2019. So for 2020, we're planning on 8.56. So utility tax, even though it's not located or it's not accounted for in general fund, it amounts to a major source of revenue for general fund. In addition to the transfer that we make into the general fund, it is also a major source of funding for Federal Way Community Center, Dumas Bay Center, and also to Prop 1. So a reduction or a loss of revenue in utility tax can affect those programs that get their funding through them. Utility tax on water and sewer lawsuit is still pending. So I just want to, again, remind you of that there's still some hope coming, something that we're expecting. And at the table below, June through December are estimates, and I'm looking at maybe about 500,000 in lower revenue than was budgeted for. Prop 1. The impact of Prop 1 also will be very minimal to the general fund. Even though utility tax Prop 1 is now located in general fund, but we do use the money to fund 1 code compliance officer, 2 prosecutors, 1 court clerk, 1 5 judge, 1 maintenance worker, 1 record specialist, and 17 police officers and 2 lieutenants. So that is part of why the salary for these positions have increased over the years, but the revenue has not kept up with the salary of the positions that were listed in the ordinance that authorized Prop 1. And that is part of why we're annually having to subsidize Prop 1 with utility tax. This is very important in the sense that the citizens often come to you and say, well, how are you spending the Prop 1? They want to make sure, how come are we supplanting Prop 1? Again, Prop 1 revenue itself is not even paying for all the services that are listed under the Prop 1 proposition. Other funds that will be affected, even though I'm not, because they're so minimal, I'm not spending that much time to explain those. Hotel motel tax, that will be affected. It will not affect general fund much, but hotel motel will be affected. Admission tax, even though that is general fund revenue, but the impact, the total revenue from admission tax is not really that much, that its impact will not be felt as much. Gas tax, as the gas price briefly went down and it looks like it's coming back up, if the price remained low and the driving remain low, the revenue for gas tax will also be low. That will affect our street fund because we use a major part of that for the street fund. Business registration fees, also, with our businesses having some trouble, and there probably will be some businesses that will close. But again, and also we did not, both the City of Federal Way and the state, put out some messages that it's okay, we will not really go after businesses if they're having trouble, either because the employees are not there, they're having trouble paying their business registration fees. So that is part of what will affect the low revenue, but again, the total dollar amount is very minimal. Performing Arts Center, Dumont Space Center, Federal Way Community Center, all of those will be affected. And I'll probably at the next presentation, I'll probably focus more on Performing Arts Center, Dumont Bay, and Federal Way Community Center. What will affect our comeback? I think employees' willingness to come back, as I shared with you last month, because some employees are making more money collecting unemployment. Some are staying home. So for some of these businesses to quickly come back, it will depend how quickly some of these employees are willing to come back. If we were to open today and the unemployment payment of $600 will go through the end of the month, I foresee some employees start staying at home through the end of the month. So that will affect our sales tax revenue for the month of June. Customers' willingness, yes, as I think Councilmember Tran asked last time, simply because the lockdown is removed, it doesn't mean everybody will go back to work or go back to the restaurant. So those are part of the things that will affect our revenue. Simply because the lockdown is removed does not mean everybody will start going out. Gas price again, how many businesses survived the lockdown? So it depends how many businesses were able to save and how many of them will go under and what type of business will go under. And whether we get a second wave of pandemic, if that happens, and how we treat that, whether we go through the lockdown again, those are part of what will affect our revenue come back. And after all of these, do we go into recession? How long will the recession, or will it be a recession? Those are part of what will affect. So what to come now? I do believe with what we have, based on our experience of our sales tax for the month of March, using that to predict what will happen in April, which we'll get in the month of June, I think we will survive 2020 all right. And based on some of the things that we've done and the impact that this lockdown is having on us, I think we will survive 2020. What do we need to keep an eye out on for 2021, especially as a budget? 2021-2022 budget preparation is just around the corner. Boeing, what is happening to the airlines, hotels, closed businesses, what happened to the pandemic, whether we have a second wave, real estate market, I think we've seen a slowdown in real estate market now, and I have the feeling, even though we predicted that too, even before pandemic, but the impact on the real estate market now is actually heavier now than we've anticipated. So construction, when we were talking about sound transit last year, in terms of the projection that I was looking at, I factor in decrease in our sales tax. And this is also another good thing that will make sure City of Federal Way do better than others. Yes, Sound Transit bought some properties and we lose some businesses because of their acquisition of those properties. But the construction, the purchase of building materials will also generate several sales tax revenue for the city. That in the long run, actually in the long run, we will make more money on the sales tax revenue from the construction than we will be losing through the loss of those businesses. I do believe Federal Way will do better than most, but we still need to plan. Our utility tax, based on the lawsuit that is pending, if that comes in our favor, I think that is part of what why we will do better. Our staff level, for the past 5 years, I think your directors have shared with you they are short staffed, their staff are underpaid. So we never really got to the point of pre-recession. So you have Tequila, you have Kent, you have Auburn that have hired up after the recession. Federal Way, we've tried to move along slowly. So this is also part of what will help us a little bit. Pay level, again, some of those cities pay up, and that is part of why we're doing the salary study. You know, I'm glad this happened before we implemented or we finalized the salary study or we implemented the report. Score. For us, living to score, I think that is part of what will help us. Also, score ADP, I think that is part of what will help us. And you will see, as I bring the budget amendment to you next month, you'll see some of those in there. The vacancies. We have some vacant positions because of people retiring or people leaving. Because of some of mayor's decision to put a freeze or to review filling any of those positions, at the end of the year, I do believe we will underspend our budget. And that is also part of what will help us. Sound transit, when they start constructing, that will also help us in terms of the sales. For 2021, 2023 through 2026, we're expecting NCAA to come to town. That will probably help with our restaurant, with our hotel, and also help with our sales tax. So reasonably, yes, I don't want the message to get lost. We will feel the pinch, but we will not be like most of the other cities because of some of these things. And I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Councilmember Tran, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ade, for your presentation. I do agree with you that Federal Way will be in much better shape than other cities. But I also agree with you that we need to plan for the future. When I look at the projected loss in sales tax and building permits and traffic safety, utility tax and utility tax from Prop 1, I came up with about $4.6 million in projected loss. What is our plan to make up this $4.6 million in lost revenue?
As we finish this, I think that is part of what I'll be discussing with the mayor. I think even though from utility tax, we have reserve that's supposed to bridge a revenue shortfall. The same thing in Prop 1, we have the reserve. And also at this same time now, we have some vacant positions that need to be filled. And those are part of the things that I will be talking to the mayor about, and we will come forth. I think one of the good things between the council and the mayor, having this monthly briefing or constant meeting, I think throughout this pandemic, I think that is really important. And I think we will be able to bring forth about some of those things that we will be doing. And by mayor working with Performing Arts Center, with a community center, with Dumas Bay, we've managed to stop or manage the bleeding. And now that we have a reasonable picture on the sales tax, then we can start looking at the general fund. But even I still don't think we need to do any drastic change, because if you look at that sales tax revenue, through the end of May, we're even above our projected budget. So, and I think my projection is reasonably well. But please keep in mind, the sales tax for March is for half of the month. So I'm using half of the month to project 6.5 months. So I think those numbers are good, and gives me a little bit of reassurance. But I think when we see what June looks like, will actually give us more additional reassurance. And I do believe part of what is so complicated about this whole pandemic, with the removal of the lockdown, the economic situation will be different. Simply because the restaurants are allowed to open doesn't mean people will go there. And the people that use the money to go to Lowe's and Home Depot before, if they think there's recession, instead of spending that money, they'll be saving it. And I shared that with you last year. I serve on the board of a regional credit union. They've seen increase in savings. So there's a chance, simply because people have money, simply because they can buy things, doesn't mean they'll spend it. And I think Tim may speak a little bit more later when he's talking about the grant. I think we need to be careful. Simply because we give people money doesn't mean they will spend it. But I think what we see, yes, sir.
No, go ahead. Finish your sentence.
I think when we see the month of June, we may be able to see more. But I'll be working with the mayor to see what we can do.
Well,
thank you, Ade.
Thank you. So, what is your, Councilmember Tran did some calculations, but what is your anticipated? Wasn't the revenue that we were taking a look at just $200,000 off the mark for this month?
Actually, for just 1 month, $200,000 short. Yes, and so year to date, we're actually better.
Okay, so is your projection what is your actual projection for how far we're going to be down at the end of the year?
For sales tax, I'm projecting that if using the half of March to project, we will be about 1.8 million short.
And
just in the sales tax.
Okay, what about total revenue?
The total revenue.
Is Councilmember Tran correct that the total revenue that you believe will be, that the delta is now about $4 million?
For that whole, yes, but not the impact of that will not really be entire $4 million. The reason being, just as I pointed out, yes, a utility tax, we're expecting about 500,000. But looking at the general fund, it would not have much impact if we were to lose that. The same thing with Prop 1. If we were to lose that amount in Prop 1, it would not affect the general fund. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Council President Honda, and then Councilmember Kochmar.
Thank you. So we have vacancies at the City of Federal Way, which we've had often, well, we've had for a while. With coming back to work, opening City Hall up and opening our community center up and the PAC and Dumas Bay, and getting back to some sort of what normal is going to be, should we not hire into those vacancies if we have the ability to do that? We know that our employees work really hard, and we know that we had anticipated giving them a pay increase in 2020. So if we had vacancies and we had the funding, should we not try to fill those vacancies?
I think what the mayor is doing is critically looking at each of those positions. And we need to be careful not to do what some of these other cities are doing, 10% cut across the board. Where you do stuff like that and just say, well, without reviewing the particular position, total freeze across the board, I think in the process, you will end up missing the position that is more critical. Now, say for example, it really depends on the mayor or the council. If I were to choose to retire today, would that be one of the position? Would that be one of the positions that you would not fill? So I think we need to look at each position very, very critically and determine: can we survive without this, or can we move somebody else into that position and not fill the next position? And I think that is part of what Mayor is planning on doing, and I totally agree with that.
Okay, I just don't. We've talked a lot about losing qualified staff to other jurisdictions, and I don't want to continue doing doing that if we have the ability to give the pay increase that we had planned on, or to hire more staff to help that department out. So that is my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we had, it's a good thing we left SCORE. Let me reduce this. It's a good thing we had SCORE because we were, because of that, we've got a $2.1 million cushion. If we didn't have a $2.1 million cushion, we'd be having a much different conversation. And while other communities like Kent and Tukwila are talking about massive layoffs and having to furlough their employees, we're not having that conversation. What I want to make sure is and I know you do too, is a very bare minimum before we raise salaries and add employees, that we can keep our employees that we have. That for me, and obviously it's going to be your decision, but what I will put before the council, and I think what my proposal is going to be, that we protect the jobs of the people that are already here. And we're going to be very, very, very fortunate if we don't, we do not want to lay off one person. So this discussion, while we're going to finish the salary survey, the money that was going to be used for that will likely have to be, we were going to have to use about $1 million of that $2.1 million savings of ongoing money. That money's going to be gone because of this lost revenue. So we have to have a different conversation about what we're going to do. And it's not going to be increasing salaries or adding employees per se. It's going to be about hold on tight and let's make sure we get through this year without having to lay people off. That's the discussion, just to let you know. But ultimately, you're the council, you decide policy, or we'll put it in front of you and you can decide.
Well,
Councilmember
can I just say one more thing?
Please.
Well, the reason I've even said this is because our financial picture, apparently, it will be better than other cities.
Yes.
And we've had this discussion over and over about losing employees because we're not compensating them as other cities are. So I just want to make sure that we keep our employees. I don't want to lose anyone else.
Me too.
I think, at least based on the people that, even though we're all working remotely, I get calls all the time. And based on the message that the mayor sent out, and I don't know if they've reached out to him to this, more employees are happy knowing that their position, their job is safe. Comparing themselves to Tukwila and I'm sorry I'm mentioning names, to other cities where they are being told expect 10% cut. or we don't know whether you're going to have jobs tomorrow. People are nervous. So with the mayor sending the message out last time that we had a staff meeting that our main focus, yes, we may not be able to implement the salary study, but you are guaranteed we will work really hard to make sure you keep your job. And I think that is making, yes, well, people like to make more money, yes. But with this so much uncertainties, a lot of people would just like to know they have jobs. Because people that got pay raise are now the one losing the pay raises or even losing their jobs.
It is, and I think Susan, I know exactly what you're saying, and it's, and we're going to engage in this conversation. I think it's a good. We're going to get to you, Councilmember Kochmar, I promise. It's a good conversation to start. We're going to have that discussion and debate, but I know everybody on here wants to make sure that no one here has to deliver bad news. That we don't have to deliver bad news. We're going to have to lay off. Now, if we get through this without laying one person off full time, once we're all back, that's going to be a great victory for the city. And then I think it's going to be up to us. It'll be up to me to present to you a plan on how do we have any money left over to be able to sort of ratchet that up. At some point, the chief has got some great news that we got some COPS grants. We were one of 12 agencies. Sorry, Chief, to steal your thunder here, but I don't know if you sent out the email. We got word today that we got COPS grant money, $750,000 to hire more police officers. So we're going to have that discussion as well about hiring those officers, what the $750,000 acceptance, but what that means, and the obligation, as you all know, what that means on the back end. So we do have to be very careful that we don't lose our employees because of other opportunities. But I think you know what we're saying. So, Susan, thank you, Council President, thank you for bringing the issue up. Did you want to finish that point?
How many officers does that COPS grant cover?
Let's kick it over to the Chief. Chief? Chief Wong?
Yeah, Mayor. 5 officers for 3 years.
Awesome.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to, and Council President Honda and Council, we'll have to analyze that about, the what that wave means in 3 years and what that means in regard to our share is that we have to pay that 1/3 of each one of those officers. So, 5 times 1/3, I'm not a math major, but it's, it's an increase. I was poli-sci. It's an increase of about, 2 FTEs essentially, 2 FTEs, in that next budget year, if you count that our 1/3 for 5 officers. So we'll keep our eye on it. But Thanks. Anyway, okay. Councilmember Kochmar.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So in relation to what you're just speaking about, isn't after the 3 years, we have to pick up the full freight of the 5 officers, correct? Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Okay, so my point at this, I think we're going to have to look at this financial picture monthly because it's going to be changing. And right now we're only looking at the loss of revenue. We're not looking at what our expenditures are. Our expenditures, we're going to be talking about that with the PAC and the Federal Way Community Center and the Dumas Space Center. But we're going to have to think outside the box on some of those expenditures because I have a feeling, for example, the PAC is going to be sitting empty until people are comfortable with going into an enclosed space. But we need to be, we're very fortunate that the city lives frugally and has a history of living frugally because we haven't had big malls in our city. We haven't had big business. We've had to live frugally. But that being said, we've been supported by small business, and many of our small business may not reopen. We're not sure yet who's going to reopen or not. And not only that, I was reading a list of nationwide businesses that may not survive the pandemic, and one of them was Lowe's, of all places. But so my only point is we need to watch our expenditures. We need to think outside the box. We need to be reviewing this monthly. And I think we all need to work together. And we will come out of this in the end, and we will come out stronger. But we really need to work on helping our small businesses survive because that's what's helping us survive. With regard to the utility tax, I know that we've had our businesses that have cut down on heat and lights, but we have had a lot of people living at home, and we probably will have an increase there of lights and heating at home. So there's lots of parameters and lots of different particulars that we're going to be dealing with. But one thing we don't really know about, which I'm hoping that the city will be a beneficiary of, is if there's you could call it a fourth or fifth federal stimulus plan that might include highway funds, but hopefully will include money for cities and counties. And so we're hoping that may be a big game changer for us, just as it was in the 1960s when Eisenhower had the stimulus plan for highway. And that's how I-5 was built. That went through Federal Way. That was during the World's Fair, when the Space Needle was built. So hopefully we'll be able to get some funds like that for the city. But I think we just need to be looking at this on a monthly basis. That's my whole point, and to be watching our expenditures. And I really don't want to lose any parks property. That's going to be a big thing. A lot of our people, I've been walking on the trails and noticing that there are a lot of people walking on the trails. And when you don't have any money, that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be going to the parks. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you,
Kirchmar.
Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, hold on. Let me just see if anybody's got their hand up, you guys. Hold on. Whoops. Uh-oh, what'd I do? Hold on. I pushed the wrong button. Okay, those are the comments we have under there. I got it. Thank you, Thomas. I didn't turn off my computer. All right, now, speaking about federal money, let's go into a CARES Act presentation with Tim Johnson, Economic Development Director.
Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Council President, council members, Tim Johnson. Today, could you forward that for me? Thank you very much. So as you all know, the city was, first of all, let me just share with you, this is a presentation that is been compiled by myself, your finance director, your city attorney, and your emergency services manager. The city has been a recipient and has been awarded a credit of $2.9 million, which from the federal government through the CARES Act. Now, the reason why I'm making the presentation this evening is that this can be used for economic development, specifically, as I've just listened to the council, support of small business assistance through a grant program. However, it can also be spent on COVID-19 related items. The city has a series of in-house needs such as personal protection equipment, information technology support, specifically since we're working remotely. And as I'd identified, maybe there may be a second wave that may force us again to work remotely. We probably will need a team to clean public spaces and facilities more to fulfill the public health requirements. There's an opportunity to reimburse the city for dollars spent to help the food banks and the day center. There's also reimbursement opportunities to the city for costs incurred for COVID-19 related items. I'm sure that Ray Gross could talk to that at length. So what we want to do with you, the council members, is to examine what is our goal in utilizing this. And again, we have to spend our money and then we get reimbursed by the federal government. So we'd like to get your input and where you'd like to go with that over the next week or so, and measure that and try to develop for you an overarching plan of deployment. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Tim. I do want to let you know, Council, that myself and some South King mayors, Auburn, Kent, Renton, Tukwila, we were on a conference call just recently about CARES Act distribution. We had been waiting, as you know, for the go-ahead. Thomas, can we, oh, there we go. Thank you very much. We had been waiting for word from the State Commerce Department about guidelines on that distribution. And what the meeting of the mayors was discussing hiring a company to help us distribute this money effectively and then that company would essentially get either a 7 or 10% distribution of that money to help us distribute it to make sure that it's done effectively and professionally, effectively, and got out in a timely manner. So obviously, if $1 million was put out, 7% of that is about 70, or 10% of that is about, or 7% of that's about $70,000. So out of $1 million. So what we're trying to do right now is determine whether we're going to do this ourselves, whether we're going to contract. Certainly, whatever we decide to do, we will need to come before you, get your authorization. But I would also, there is under a presentation that Sarah is going to make today with regard to making sure that we get our money out for support for micro enterprises. There's another entity that's going to be helping out with that, and that's part of that distribution as well. So we're going to need your input on whether we should do this ourselves and perhaps utilize the services of some interns that we can pay Tim to manage, or whether you think we should go in with some of these other cities. Our concern is that it could take some valuable time, and we want to make sure that we get this aid out quickly to the businesses that need it. When we're talking about wide-scale distribution of funds, we have to be very careful about making sure that it's done in a fair manner, an equitable manner, that it has all kinds of considerations, and that it's going to have some good merits and qualifications or criteria. So we want to make sure that whatever we do is absolutely proper and can withstand scrutiny because it's public money. With that, Councilmember Tran, do you have a question? And then after that, Council President Honda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tim, for your information. In regards to the distribution of this money, I would hope that we will have some type of discussion in regards to business assistance grant. Perhaps give some of the local businesses some type of grant, or even low cost interest loan or short-term loan, because they are the backbone of our community here. So
that's what we're talking. I'm sorry, Councilmember Tran. That's what we're talking about. The question is whether it's going to be $1 million, $2 million, because our own reimbursement. We're talking about $2 million, up to $2 million, go toward businesses. The question is, how do you pick those businesses that get the money, and how much do they get?
I would looking forward to that discussion. I would love to participate in that.
Okay. Council President Honda.
Thank you. So will we be talking tonight about the small business grants?
Micro enterprise grants with Sarah, but not about this particular topic. We're going to be working right now to get those micro enterprise grants, and but that's not the CARES grant money. We're going to be, we may need a special meeting, or we may need to, seek your input on this once Tim, when do you think you can have a plan to bring before council? Maybe next meeting?
Yes, Mayor. I'm meeting with the collective of my peers tomorrow on the discussion of what these deployment might look like, time frame, contractual arrangements, but at the same time, trying to be cognizant of cost, looking at other methodologies that we can employ, corresponding criterion that we could bring forward to you for discussion, putting the proverbial meat on the bone, if you will, so that you can have that discussion, looking at what those costs are and what our time frame might be.
Okay. And we have a business resiliency. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Susan.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
that's okay.
So if you're talking about doing this in 2 weeks at our next meeting, is there any way we could have a special meeting ahead of time to go over the criteria so we're ready to push it out that the next day? I thought we were going to be able to do that this week. And
Do what? Do what this week?
Get some money out to our businesses this week.
Well, we've got to be really careful how we hand this money out. I mean,
I
we've got to be
understand that.
Yeah.
But the sooner we can get some funding out to some of these businesses, the more likelihood they will survive this crisis.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're working, Tim. As soon as we get the proposed plan together, we'll get it before the council and distribute the money. First thing we got to do is figure out, make sure we've got our criteria. Get it before you, criteria and structure. Get it for you. You approve it, and then we have to get applications in. Then we've got to review those applications. We can't just send checks out to businesses. I mean, and we've got to be really careful about making sure that nobody's going to claim any favoritism or that there's any kind of, it's got to be fair. And so that's what the criteria is about. But that has to be, there has to be applications. There has to be review of those applications, and that's what I mean about this process. Now, there's another thing you could do is just say everybody. I think Auburn, Tim, didn't Auburn select a program where they had between 0 to 5 employees or 0 to 10 employees? They sent everyone with every business with a business license $2,500 or something like that.
They were proposing to do that. I'll know more tomorrow when I meet with all of them and get a feel for which direction that they're headed. But in my conversation with the different cities here in the South End, they're as diverse as a group as I've ever met in my entire life as it goes through this process. I can share with you, and I don't want to take up any time tonight, but there are 3 different types of grants that you can grant. The way that you can deploy a grant, there's 3 different ways to do it that are typically used. I'll remind the council that I have done 6 natural disasters in my 40 years of working in economic development, and they differ by the current situation that you're confronted by. And this is much different, and I want to just share this with you, and I've told this to all of the department directors. We know what we don't know. We do not know what their financial conditions are. Let me give you an example. You may have seen the closure of Ma Boulangerie in the SeaTac Village. That had nothing to do with the pandemic. They were planning to close and consolidate to one facility. So you have to be very cognizant of the fact of who is moving and for what reason. We also know that Old Navy is in the process of pulling permits and opening here. We also know that Skechers is in the process of opening here. We also know that there is a future end user for the Sears store. Many positive things are going on. Pardon me, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's okay. I keep, you guys, you're interrupting me for interrupting you. So, and actually even Red Robin and Azteca are closing within the month. Or within 30 days because of the Sound Transit. So we've got to be, and I think one of the things every time I start talking about this, Susan, whenever I start talking to Tim about getting this money out, one of the things that Tim will immediately come back to me is, well, we don't want to just give money to somebody who's going to close down and walk away. And we've got to also, so we got to be careful about that. So, but we can't be so careful as to, and I think your point is, we got to get this done now because if we wait too long, it'll be of no use.
Correct. So I have pages of notes I've written down and studying how other cities have given out grants to businesses to stay in business. I'd love to share those with somebody because I just think time is of the essence, and maybe it would take a private company who might have the ability to get this done faster than our staff, which is overworked in trying to do their normal jobs in addition to the other jobs that have been created by this crisis.
Susan, we would love to get that download from you. Would it be better to type those up, or do you want to just take pictures of them, or just bring in your notes, or bring in your notes for the meeting?
I'll send them to you in an email in the next day or so.
Okay, and we'll call you back, and we'll have a meeting to reflect those. That's what we need with every council member, you guys. We need to have that kind of discussion with every council member. So then when we do come back, that we have a good idea about where you're at and some good suggestions. And then we'll start ping-ponging back, obviously not in violation of OPMA. But we'll start with you, Council President Honda. We need those ideas and make sure. But speed is of the essence. I think you're absolutely right. Because, you know, what good does it do to have all that money if you're not going to help people?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, we're on it. We'll talk to you. Let's talk. You and I talk tomorrow. Tim, and then I'll need you to coordinate with Council President Honda. Once we get these notes, we'll review them, get back to her, and maybe you could set up the two of us with Bill could set up meetings with each one of the council members and really pick their brain about where we need to go.
I'd like to make sure that the city attorney and the finance director and our emergency services manager are included as well, please, sir.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we're going to pick their brain about ideas. We'll figure out what's in the line of play. You know, what's possible or not. Let's make sure we get an idea of what council's thinking and ideas that maybe they've heard, and then we'll start to narrow in on that policy, also in line with where you're at so far.
Thank you.
Okay, and so Susan, what we were thinking, Council President Honda, what we were thinking is, with that work, we should hopefully be able, with communication, lawful communication, quorum-wise, we should be able to come back at the next council meeting to have something for you to mull over and debate or approve or reject or modify. You know?
Okay, so that's still 2 weeks out. Okay.
Unless we want, unless I guess my question is, Tim, is it possible to do it any sooner?
Well, a couple things. First of all, we haven't. If you start with a contractor, you have to wait and see what that contractor is going to do and what their timeline is. The preliminary indications show that it could take them anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks even to embark on this. And we have to have a contract. That's one element I have. I have other people who can do this work that may be able to do it quicker. And then yet there's still another issue. You're trying to save city employee jobs. They can participate in this activity potentially and use some of the offsetting costs from the CARE Act for their salaries to perform this over the next 30 days. So we could get in and get out of this relatively quickly. But as I said, it's the methodology that's important, and express that to you so we get your input and direction.
Okay. As long as the community and the businesses know that we're on the way to help them. I mean, they need help.
Okay. And they do. And I just want to share something with you. The Paycheck Protection Program has been very successful here. It came very late into the process, but it's manifested itself with a tremendous amount of nonprofits as well as for-profit businesses. The Economic Disaster Loan Program, not so much. And then the other program that's relatively new, and it's the loan directly from the Federal Reserve, which is called the Main Street Program, is now also starting to pick up movement in Federal Way, which we're very pleased on. That's a very low interest loan for folks. So that has happened. And there's one other SBA program that is non-disaster focused, but is very important. But it's focused specifically in the downtown area based upon demographics, and that is the SBA Community Advantage Loan Program. So our people are doing very well as we contact smaller businesses, and we're finding out they're very creative, they're entrepreneurial oriented, and they're results focused. So we're seeing a lot of positive things go on right now regarding liquidity and financial support.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Okay. Council, any other, let me see here. Councilmember Lydia Cephedos.
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot I had raised my hand. Most of the comments I was going to make are already addressed or touched on. It was just coming up with the criteria prior to going into this, of course, and I think we just covered that. But I think one of the concerns would be to kind of decide small businesses versus large business, medium-sized versus large, and how much money to allocate in each category. And Tim, you might be, I actually you'll be the right person to answer this because you do know the proportion of what size business we have in our community. And so then maybe going from there and trying to come up with how much per group to fund. But again, I think once we see what Council President Honda has, maybe that would answer my what I'm thinking. But I guess I can have also a conversation with you offline to tell you what my thought process is in terms of coming up with a criteria before we even see the applications. That way, then we are addressing whatever people may have or notions people may have that we are favoring a group over another group. I think we can address that in advance prior to that even becoming an issue. So thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Okay. Ade, did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did. I think I just wanted to point out, I think for the cities that are using this through contract, the city is still responsible. They will have to keep track of the books that will be subject to audit. So simply because you pass it on to a consultant to do the work does not relieve the city of the responsibility. Secondly, Councilmember Koch mentioned about thinking outside the box. Some of these cities are also laying people off. How come they can't use the money to retain some of their staff to do the work? I mean, these are part of the things that will make the difference between sustaining your city and just letting it go. Like Tim Johnson mentioned, do we have the time to do this? No. When we took on the new market tax credit, did we have the time? No. But we step up and we do this, and I think, I'm sorry, that is what leaders do. So I think we need to think outside the box, find a way to make sure that the council and the mayors are protected, are shielded from potential problem of cronyism or whatever, and make sure we vet all of these people. And like Council President said, yes, we need to get the money out quickly, because if the money comes too late, it's of no use. But we need to think outside the box.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Kopang.
I just want to say, I think all of us have been in campaigns, and we know that the money you save at the end of the campaign that doesn't get spent is wasted money, and especially if you lose. And I think that we've got a lot of people right now that time is absolutely of the essence. And I just want to make sure that what we do is efficient and effective, and it costs as little as possible of city resources for us. I understand what that Ade is saying about possibly using some of the money to fund, but I tell you, anything we can do to make this is pass through our as quickly as possible and get to the people that need it so critically right now as quickly as possible. I think that's, I would rather err on the side of giving some money to somebody that does shut down eventually, or rather than holding things back and then having somebody shut down because they couldn't get funding that we had available. So, and again, from a perspective standpoint, it's hard to understand how much we can actually do. So I think getting some information from the deputy mayor, from the council president on what she's seen be great. I know other members of the council probably have some ideas that we can chip in as well, but I just want to make sure that we really are focused on getting this money through our hands and into the hands that need it so critically as soon as possible.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Good discussion. We'll get working on that. We're going to reach out to you, Susan. You and Council President Honda. We'll talk tomorrow about that. Okay, update on COVID-19 response. Ray Gross, Emergency Manager, and Ray.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, and Council members. I'm going to present to you tonight 4 topics: status on King County, status on Federal Way, some accomplishments, and then some possible scenarios. I'm going to try to be brief tonight. So overall, King County set up 8 key indicators, pretty much mirroring what Washington State has. Of these 8 key indicators, 6 are met. The 2 that are unmet are in the testing capacity, of which one is, are we doing enough testing? And the target is 50 or greater testing per new case. Right now, King County is at 40. The other part of the testing is how quickly those tests are happening. They prefer the testing to happen 2 days or less after potential symptoms or an exposure. Right now, we're at 4. Some of the other indicators, and they're what I would say a little more important, are in the hospitalizations, bed capacity, risk of death, and the number of cases. King County right now is kind of holding steady, but since they revised how many new cases per 14 days, King County is 1 case under the new target. There's also a thing, and I don't know why King County has not applied for this yet, but there's a phase 1 modified. And what that is it's not all the way to phase 2, but it's pretty much the topics that are in phase 2, just at a lower capacity. I think I heard today that Pierce County and Snohomish County, they applied moving on to complete phase 2. In my opinion, King County is ready to at least apply to modified phase 1. And modified phase 1 pretty much covers everything in phase 2, just at a lower capacity. I already talked about the indicators, and I think that was probably the most important part that they have set up here of late. So now counties, or at least King County, can have a good measure, because we were kind of operating in the dark there for a little bit, but they mirrored what's at the state level, and that's given us a brighter picture. Then this last piece, this contact tracing, it's going to be very interesting to watch how this plays out, what they intend to do. Right now, Department of Health is doing it. King County Public Health plans to take this over very soon. And then every time there's a new case, this contact tracing team will interview that new case and find out how many other people potentially have been exposed, and then go interview them. And if it's at a workplace, they will issue instructions to that workplace as to what they might do. So once that gets up and running, it's going to be very interesting how that impacts local government as well as the business community. Some of the things going on in Federal Way is, as y'all should have read in the Mirror, we have a drive-through, walk-through free COVID testing facility now in Federal Way. It's the CMAR Federal Way Medical Clinic. And I think it's open Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 to 1. Just have to call, set up an appointment. So that's very good for our community. Presently, we've just due to relationships built, we were informed a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, one of our long-term care facilities had a spike in new cases. So every Monday I get an update from them. This last Monday, they've only had 2 new cases. So looks like they've contained it. They are testing daily, and the point of contact there said they will continue testing until they're all negatives. But things seem to be heading in a good direction for them. As far as city reopening planning, we had a plan in the event that we were going to be able to move on to phase 2, yesterday. Since that didn't happen, we had a bare bones plan, but now that we have a little more time, the city directors and some other key staff are putting a little deeper thought into it. and fleshing out some of the bare minimum parts of it. So if and whenever we do move on, we'll have a plan that focuses on the safety of our staff as well as the public that uses city services. Going to focus on facilities, on how best to make those facilities safe, and then however the new normal for operations, whatever that's going to look like. You know, each department is going to operate a little differently, so they're working that out. And then lastly, the FEMA reimbursement, just with my discussions with them, I just get the feeling it seems like they're pushing jurisdictions to use the CARE money first. So was engaged with the finance director and the economic director today and the city attorney just to see how that would work out. And I want to say Federal Way is in a very good position overall, and that's just due to all the efforts in planning and relationship building that we've done in the past. It's really pulled its weight, and we even saw that during the Sunday event. So this is the part, since I want to say we're kind of used to this new normal, I just wanted to give you an update on some of the accomplishments we have done, and the big focus of that and the success of these accomplishments really come down to the relationships that we have built. I'm just going to run through this real quickly, and I'll be done with my part of the presentation. We have a very robust CERT program. That's people in our community that get trained in emergency services to be what we call civilian first responders. And they, as soon as this thing really kicked off, they asked me how they could be of help to the community. And at that time, I gave them 3 suggestions, and as long as they were able to do these safely. If y'all remember early on, there was a big call for donation of the blood. That's one of the suggestions that was made to our CERT team, and quite a few of them took that on. Another one was helping out food banks. This came about midway through the event so far. It's when the National Guard was considering stopping their mission to help food banks, and they were asking local jurisdictions to step up and put that out to our CERT team, and got a waiting list for that in the event that happened. And then I just asked our CERT teams if they knew of people in the known vulnerable groups to COVID-19 to check on them in a safe manner and to see if there's anything they could do for them, run errands, get groceries, just so that vulnerable group could stay home and continue to reduce their risk of exposure. Some other numbers. Since March 1st, I've had 343 community contacts, either through phone, email, or people recognizing me as I'm out in the community. And so that's pretty significant interest, considering in the buildup there was 0 interest. Some of the other things, doing the advanced work with our long-term care or skilled nursing or assisted living facilities. So back in December, when this was still just in China and maybe 1 or 2 other countries, I started reaching out to my contacts at those facilities, only because we knew at that time the people using those facilities were a vulnerable group. And I want to say that advanced work has paid off significantly. As far as emergency management support to city departments, provided 200 safety glasses to the police department, as well as 769 masks to city staff. And probably this coming Monday, going to issue out another big bulk just to comply with the Safe Start measure. Provided 2,000 masks to Lake Haven. Then at one point, had to serve as liaison to the State Joint Information Center, and basically got the State Joint Information Center to start giving us advance notice as best as they understood it as to what announcements would be coming from the governor's office or the Washington Department of Health. That was a significant improvement to just so we weren't finding out the same information that the community found out at the same time. So that was a significant time saver for us. Also, liaison with the King County Medical Examiner's Office, particularly during the worst part of it. And that was just to do some advanced planning in the event that things went really south, dealing with mass casualties. And then just getting back to my Marine Corps days, working with the National Guard, both initially with the food bank stuff, and then a little bit last night, they, whatever reason, seemed to like me, or just mine was the only number they had, so they kept me up all night. Then one of our CERT team members had an affiliation with Best Western Plus, so I made contact with them, and they initially was offering their Best Western for hospital staff. We asked them and convinced them if they could offer that up to city staff, and they did. And that was a very nice offer. I don't know if it was used, but it was there. Worked with the school district and the multi-service center. King County was offering to do a cloth mask handout program, and we just figured the school district with their meal program, that was a significant part of the community, as well as the food bank at the multi-service center. Those were systems that are already set in place, handing food out to the community. And we figured if they could hand out cloth face coverings, that would be a significant asset to our community, just providing everyone that goes through the thing 2 face coverings per person. St. Francis had a safety concern. They had a car go through their triage tent that they had outside of their emergency room. So once they notified me, I got a hold of Public Works, and within 2 hours, Public Works had some road barriers out there, and St. Francis was very appreciative of that and very surprised at how quickly that operation happened. It was on a weekend, kind of late in the day. And then emergency management with South King Fire, I basically used them to provide me daily situational awareness as to just what kind of calls they were getting and what did the community look like out there. And then lastly, one of the first big things we did, and I want to thank the mayor, he was probably a driving point with this, as well as myself and some of the other city mayors. The King County dashboard alone, just them providing information of how many cases per city were out there, that was a very significant struggle for whatever reason, HIPAA laws and other things, I guess. But it was, I don't know, close to 2 weeks of continual calling, pushing from the bottom up, from the top down, but eventually got it. Now it's a key, vital resource of information that, pretty much everything else is relying on. So that covers the accomplishments that, at least the ones that come to mind, that emergency management either drove or was a significant part of. And then the last thing I wanted to point out there, and it's been brought up in the other presentations, is a couple of scenarios. So COVID-19 is in the coronavirus family, of which there are 4 common cold viruses in the coronavirus family. There's SARS, MERS, and now COVID-19, so they're all related. Our last significant event was SARS, And this would be the best case scenario for COVID-19. SARS broke out around November of 2002. And by May of 2004, it disappeared and we haven't heard anything more from it. The worst case scenario would be something similar to the 1918 flu. It started out in the spring of 1918. It kind of went dormant during the summer period, and then they had a second wave that started in September. And the second wave, that was the most lethal piece of it. The concern and the likelihood of it having a second wave, COVID-19, is very likely. We're going to see a spike. We'll probably see a smaller spike just due to all the protests and that sort of thing. But come the fall, we'll probably see a spike again. And the big concern with this spike, whether it's more deadly, less deadly, more contagious, less contagious, we're going to probably see a spike. And the concern is it's going to be spiking right with whatever flu we have at the end of this year. So they'll be competing for hospital beds. So that's the three scenarios. But all three scenarios definitely have it hanging around for at least a year, if not two. And let's see. The last little note I had here, presently they know that COVID-19 has mutated at least once. With that mutation, it has become more contagious, but less fatal. So, and
okay.
And that ends my part of the report, Mayor.
All right. Council President Honda, did you have a question?
Oh, there I am. No, actually, I wanted to just say that at 7:47, I got an email from King County Councilmember Joe McDermott, who's the chair of the King County Board of Health. And he stated that King County is applying for phase 1.5, and the application should be done tonight and go in ASAP.
Good. Okay.
So that's good.
All right.
That's what we need.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And we'll
And
talk about
thank
that.
you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to thank Mr. Gross for all the work he's done.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Baruso, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ray, first of all, for what you do to also and your report. I have a question for a future. I know you probably thought about this. Maybe you already have this in mind, but do we build up any of our pandemic supplies for the city at all? And if we are you looking to stock so much, or how are we doing that?
Yes, sir.
Right.
So, did you have something, Mayor?
No, go ahead.
So I've been continually restocking, particularly on the mask. The hand sanitizers right now, I prefer not to get those because it's not the true hand sanitizer. It's the distilled alcohol refinery stuff. But yeah, when I catch a deal, and something comes to my mind and I see a deal, I purchase it. So that's an ongoing. I'm sorry, the cleaning crew just came in. But yes, I am restocking, and I'm keeping track of what's being used now as best I can, and just giving it a factor of 2 to extend its use, or expecting the second wave kind of thing. And I know Parks has a big order of PPE as well. So to get back to your question, yes, we are restocking the supplies, at least my office is, for pandemic, for now and the future. And I'm just trying to get the best deal and as space allows.
Okay, thank you, Ray. So you're increasing the number by 2 on recent, or have you even forecasted anything like that at all? Is that what you think you want to stay with?
Well, I think that's adequate. You know, I started out with about 6,000 masks, just to give you a number, and right now I still have. Well, I'm at the half level. So.
Perfect. Okay.
So
Thank
my
you.
plan is. You're welcome. My plan is to double that so we can last an additional year.
Perfect. Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's move on to upcoming events. As I said, we've got the Business Resiliency Task Force tomorrow via Zoom. Council, just if you could please coordinate with Council President Honda to make sure that we don't have a quorum of council members that's not noticed as a city council meeting. So please coordinate with Council President Honda about that. We just need to make sure we don't have an OPMA violation. Then the next day, on Thursday, we've got a Community Continuity Task Force on June 4th, also via Zoom. We've got the virtual high school graduations coming up on the 13th. Very exciting. And boy, the class of 2020 has gone through a lot. And it's, but you know, when people go through a lot, they come out stronger. So I know the class of 2020 should make a big mark. So let's move on to council committee reports. Parks, Recreation, Human Services, and Public Safety Committee. I believe it's Councilmember Tran. No, Councilmember Kochmar.
Had to hit that unmute button. Thank you very much, Mayor. We don't have much to report for the parks. The next parks meeting will be on June the 9th. We have only one item on the agenda other than approval of minutes. And it'll be the amendment. There'll be an amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between Twin Lakes Plaza LLC and the City of Federal Way. There's just not much going on right now. So that's my report. Thank you very much, Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. The Land Use and Transportation Committee, LUTC, Councilmember Kopang.
We had every council member in attendance at the Land Use and Transportation Committee last night, and I got to say it's probably just because we miss each other. It's funny how we, you know, we're all, I think there's all of us are ready to socialize again. So, but we didn't. We basically we talked about the asphalt overlay program for 2021, getting that out to bid. The transportation improvement plan, which goes from 2021 to 2026. And we actually it'll be on the consent agenda, but it passed through committee to authorize the city staff to accept grant funding. And the interesting thing about grant funding this year is that we were 4 for 4 in getting grant funding. This last authorization that we just we're moving toward
Can you say that?
was because other other jurisdictions.
Is it on consent?
Mayor Farrell, you may want to mute yourself.
Multitasking. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. I'm not done yet. I didn't want to say anything that you didn't want out in the public. So, anyway, I just wanted to. The staff did a great job of getting funding that was designated for another city, but the other city could not execute in time. And the way these programs work, you use it or you lose it, and that money was just going to go away. And so the city, our city, was able to get that funding because of our reputation for having projects ready to go and for executing those projects. So that's a great commendation to staff. Anyway, actually, and one more thing, and I think, sometimes kind of feel like we're rearranging deck chairs a little bit because on the Titanic, because there's so many things going on outside of the normal business of the city. But I tell you, I really appreciated the investment that we've made in the Safe City program. We got to sit in the command center on Sunday and observe the demonstration. And while I was very, very impressed with the level of participation in the community and the manner in which the demonstrators demonstrated, I also was very, very impressed with the police and fire departments and their ability to be a part of what was going on there and establish basically a layer of safety and be very responsive. We had a small incident. A motorcycle actually lost control, and a motorcyclist lost control, and his motorcycle went into the crowd. Fortunately, there was only 3 minor injuries, but I can tell you that the fire department and the police department were there literally within seconds. I think if they were there in less than a minute, I wouldn't be surprised. But the response time, and again, when something happens, it's good to know that help is there. And again, I think the fire and the police department were admirable in their response, making sure that that was handled as quickly and as effectively as possible. So anyway, I'll conclude my report with that. The next Land Use Transportation Committee meeting is July 6th, and we'll probably be on Zoom but if not, it could be in the city council chambers. We'll see.
Very good. Before we get to the next one, I skipped over something I wanted to talk about, which was we had the Highline Forum meeting on 5/27, and I want to congratulate Councilmember Lydia Seppa-Dawson, who was elected co-chair of the Highline Forum. So congratulations, Councilmember Seppa-Dawson. Well earned.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And thank you for your vote also.
Of course. Okay. Now we've got Finance, Economic Development, Regional Affairs Committee. Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The FedRAC committee met on May 26th, and we approved a couple of items that are on the council agenda today for your consideration. We approved the purchase of 2 inspector vehicles by utilizing South Transit funding. We also approved the vouchers and the monthly financial report, and I believe that is for April of 2020. Correct, Ade? It's not March, right?
Actually, that's exactly what we were just talking about when Councilmember Kopang was worried about me talking off. Stephanie was actually coming into the room and trying to explain to me that our consent agenda, we're trying to do this behind the scenes, trying to be a little casual about it. But I left my darn microphone on. So yes, instead of instead of May, it's supposed to say April. So
April.
Yeah.
Thank you. Both of them.
Yep. Exactly. Both of them.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
Just another item that I want to share, and that is the member of the committee will be working with Brian from the PAC and of course city staff to identify ways to increase the usage and revenue for the building during this difficult time. So just FYI. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, Councilmember Seppa-Dawson.
Thank you, Mayor. We will be reviewing 4 tourism enhancement grants at our next meeting. And we'd also like to report that NCAA is working with us daily about the potential to host the men's and women's swimming and diving championships for the following years from 2023 to 2026. And thanks to Tim Johnson's leadership and financing, we have saved monies for these events, and so where others have not. And so actually we've been approached and they've been working with us very closely to make this happen. So it's likely that we will have these championships coming up in those from 2023 to 2026. We also have report that our local hotels their occupancies are gradually rising. And so that's really good. Our next meeting is next Wednesday, the 10th at 10 a.m. And I'm sure it's going to be a virtual meeting. So with that, I end my report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Moore, Public Issues Committee, the Sound Cities Association.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. The next PIC meeting is going to be on June 10th, 2020. The items that will be discussed is the proposed 2021 King County utility rates, and specifically at the May PIC meeting, members voted to bring a policy position back to the PIC committee for approval at the next meeting concerning rate increases. And background can be found more on the packet that will be coming out shortly. Also, we'll be talking about the special legislative session and COVID-19. And again, just to kind of share with my colleagues, at the May PIC meeting, members voted to bring a policy position back to the PIC committee for approval in June in support of the SEA endorsing the legislative priorities approved by the AWC as shown in the May PIC packet. That's fun to say. As attachment A to item 7. So other items, King County Emergency Management Coordination, we'll be discussing about that. Again, COVID-19 impacts and responses, the levies and the ballot measures in King County, we'll be going through that. Potential upcoming SEA issues we'll be talking about. And again, for information, the approved COVID-19 anti-bias proclamation. And so I believe I mentioned this last council meeting on May 20th. The SEA Board of Directors approved a proclamation of commitment to an inclusive community that rejects stigma and bias related to COVID-19. Yes, so that's is what is on the draft agenda for the June 10th meeting. And with that, I will end my report. Thank you.
All right, Council President Honda.
Thank you. So council members, the AWC annual conference is online, June 23rd to 26th. It's free this year because it's online. And we'd really like you all to sign up if you could. If you go to the AWC webpage, they have the outline of the conference and the classes. The classes you can take anytime during the week. They have the annual meeting, which will be Thursday, June 25th from 10 to 12 in the morning. We have 3 voting delegates. And if you are going to be able to attend that, will you please let me and Jerry Lynn know so that we can decide who will be the voting delegates and get your name into AWC. They'd like that as soon as possible. And as soon as we do that, then they put our name down, City of Federal Way down on the webpage as having completed that task. They will even have networking sessions every day, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in the afternoon, so that just as if we were there, we can network with other council members and mayors from around the state. So please consider going and let Jerry Lynn know so she can get you signed up so you can get the links and everything that you need to get. The Puget Sound Regional Council is doing a survey on passenger-only ferries. The survey the last day to do it is on June 4th. This is something that I brought up several years ago to some King County Council members, and they weren't very interested in a passenger-only ferry, didn't think it would be possible, but the city of Tacoma was able to get some funding to study this, and Puget Sound Regional Council is working with it. I think it would be awesome. I think it would be awesome to get cars off of I-5 and to get people on a ferry to get from Tacoma to Seattle and parts in between. So you can go to their webpage and take this survey if you could by June 4th. And we do have a statement on our Facebook page about the incidents last week with the murder of Mr. Floyd and the rioting that took place in Seattle, and how our police and our mayor handled this weekend, which was awesome. I'm not going to read that because we are really running late and I want to get to our public comment. I know we have a lot of public comment. And my one last item is we got an email over the weekend that Steve Eichert is retiring from the city. He's our Deputy Director of Parks. I think that's his title. Anyway, he's been with us for 29 and a half years. I remember working with him quite extensively as the Arts Commission Chair, and I'll miss him, but congratulations on your retirement, Steve, and I hope you enjoy it. So on to public comment. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Council President Honda and Council, we will have Steve back once we can meet together in person and honor and thank Steve Eichert for his 29, nearly 30 years of service to the city. All right. Thank you. Let's now move on to citizen comment. First, we've got Allison Fine-Taylor. Allison?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I worked with Stephanie to figure out this whole phone, Zoom, whatever thing, and she didn't tell me like you could just get on Zoom. So I thought I had to be on my phone. That's why all that echo earlier. So we figured it out. P.S. Big ups to Thomas and Stephanie for working super hard to get these virtual meetings going with public comment and everything, because a lot of cities don't offer the ability to comment outside of email. So thank you again to all the council for everything you do for our city. Again, Linda, I hope you heard my words about the fact that I've been thinking about you deeply for the last few weeks. I just wanted to say, I know that there was some nervousness around the idea that there was going to be a protest in our city. It is not something that Federal Way is known for. We do not have a history of that kind of organized action. But I think that we displayed a great amount of courage and a great understanding of what protests are supposed to look like to make our voices heard and amplified, but also be as safe as possible. I do have to say there was a heavy police presence. They were hiding for a while, but we knew that they were there. I understood the reason. I will say a big shout out to the motorcycle cop that had to unfortunately pull over someone who was not with us as a protester, but was trying to kind of show off. And that motorcycle cop definitely could have escalated the situation. And I stood there and listened to him say, I don't want to escalate this. I don't want this to get worse. Just go home. I'm gonna give you a warning. Just go home. And I think that he handled that exactly the way that we would have wanted him to in any situation where he had that opportunity to give that guy grace. I am super proud of our city right now. Back to back, just amazing events, both with the community-led protest and with the Pride stuff. And I just hope that we can continue to grow and be seen as a city that can handle ourselves. I know there was a protest in Auburn tonight. I was watching it online. I couldn't be there because I was here with you guys, but it went really well. It was very safe. And I just think that we are in the South End. We often get forgotten because we are not the big metropolitan area of Seattle. But I think that we have the opportunity to show King County and maybe the whole PNW that you can take a stand and you can do what's right, and you can do it without a whole bunch of madness, for a lack of a better word at the moment. So happy Pride to all you guys again. Thank you for the work that you each do for our community. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not the last piece of action that you see around these things, but I appreciate the city not trying to shut us down and really giving us an opportunity to speak our voices, especially for the young people of color who are out there just needing to be heard. I think that they were heard. And thank you again for those of you who came and supported us. And Wong, I know you couldn't be there, but you sent me a message saying you were proud of us as a city. So I appreciate everybody for what you do as individuals. And I'm really proud of our collective action in the last few days. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Allison. Jodrick Lata.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is kind of piggybacking off what Allison said. And First, I have to say this is a 2.5 hour meeting. This is quite long. And so I appreciate all you guys' time and effort that you guys put into making Federal Way a really awesome place. I have a pretty short speech, but I hope you can bear with me here. So my name is Judah Lada. I am an alternate for the Diversity Commission. To be clear, I'm speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the commission. However, it is my duty to fulfill my responsibility to my community as much as it is yours. My question to you is, how are you going to show up for the most vulnerable populations in our community, from immigrants, Latinos, and especially our African American brothers and sisters? Federal Way has a population of 96,350 people, according to the 2017 estimates from the State Office of Financial Management, and 10% of those people are Black. That's almost 10,000 people, meaning you represent those 10,000 people, meaning you have a responsibility to serve our Black brothers and sisters. I Googled Federal Way racism just out of curiosity, and a 2019 story about a Starbucks on 288, a quick walk from my own house, was tagged with whites only. Racism is alive and well here in Federal Way. It is pervasive, and it is as close to home as you can get. However, it may seem, I believe that Federal Way has the capacity to be a beacon of unity and hope. And in order for our country to heal, it is imperative that an admission of the original sin that has built our country is said. And without that historical context, our racist past will never be reconciled. Our solutions will never be enough. We must meet the magnitude of that sin with solutions much greater. In curing our society of this disease, one that has produced insidious and silent systems of oppression, can we then solve a multitude of issues that affect our community every day? From homelessness to poverty, from affordable housing to mental health. But most importantly, at this moment, police brutality. Choosing this path of compassion will allow for our communities to heal. I am requesting we fly Black Lives Matter flags throughout the city in honor of George Floyd and the countless other Black men and women who have been murdered by law enforcement. Leadership needs to be visible, and to point out, currently on this call, there are less than 20 people attending. A flag is visible, just as the pride flag being raised was a visible representation for the support of the LGBTQA community. There is power in visibility and in symbolism. I propose the city raise flags from the 320th flagpole to schools to City Hall and libraries, sending a message to the surrounding area that Federal Way is indeed a place where police brutality and racism will not be tolerated and has no place in our neighborhood. We should not be afraid of supporting Black Lives Matter. I'm almost done. At all levels of government, no matter how small, is capable of creating a wave of positivity and healing that will sustain us in reforming the systems designed to inflict destruction in communities of color. I'm hoping for collaboration from City Council and law enforcement to lead our community into real change, translating our love for our community into action, whether it be policy reform or redistribution of resources. In conclusion, City Council, which side of history will you be on? What will your legacy be in your community? And will you be idle in the change that is so desperately needed at this moment? The mayor is correct when he said no institution is perfect, and we have to be better. And we got work to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next, we've got Isaiah and Cynthia McAten. And we can do Isaiah first or Cynthia first. I'll let the McAtens decide.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Isaiah.
Thank you. My name is Isaiah McAten. I am 12 years old. I am a resident of this great city. Tonight, I want to talk to you about how you can make life better for Black youth like me. I emailed you all a picture of me peacefully protesting on Sunday at 320th and Pacific Highway. It was great to stand next to my elders, public officials, school teachers, and other youth to say Black people have a voice, a right to live, and we support each other. It was so nice to see all the diversity out there and the one voice. I know of only one council member that was there, Council Member Lydia. Thank you for being there. I know that you know what it is like to look over your shoulder afraid someone might hurt you because you don't look like them. Here are some ways you all can make life better for Black youth like me who live in this great city of Federal Way. 1. Provide funding to youth organizations like Phenomenal She and Game of Life that help youth. These two groups serve hot free meals right here in Federal Way every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 3 to 4 across from the Starbucks on Dash Point Road. I help out on Tuesdays and my mom helps on Thursdays. We all wear masks, gloves, and practice social distancing. These groups also keep their other programs going to help youth even during COVID-19. Show up and support peaceful marches like what happened on Sunday. Our city motto is centered on opportunity, then take the opportunity to support of those of us who have been hurting in silence for so long. Come march with us. Hold up a sign that says you support us and let us know that you know what happened to George Floyd was wrong. 3. Admitting George Floyd's death was wrong does not mean you don't support the police. Adults always teach us kids to admit when we do something wrong or say something when we see something wrong. Well, adults, I am listening and many of you aren't saying anything. I need to hear you say it. Your silence to youth like me sends the wrong message. That either you don't care or do as I say as an adult, but does not as I do. To me, both of those are not right. 4. Police chiefs and police officers, thank you for being there to protect us protesters on Sunday. Next time, join us. We would welcome your support. Thank you for letting me speak. God bless you all of you. Stay safe. Isaiah McEltan.
Thank you, Isaiah. Great job. Really good job. Okay, Cynthia?
Yep. Can you guys hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Wonderful. Good job, son. I'm so proud of you. He did that himself. Mommy pride moment. Okay. So I too was there on Sunday, and I'm very thankful, first of all, to the officers for being present. But as a mom of a Black male child who has been stopped previously when he was much younger, 3 times, called on police, the school resource officers, and you all, many of you know my son. Let me just say this. It's difficult being a mom raising a Black son, knowing that we live in a dual world where we're supposed to be free, but I have to remind my son, because of the color of his skin, people may see him in fear and may act accordingly. So he has to change his behavior and modify it so as not to draw attention to himself. And most parents don't have to do that. So what I'm asking the city to do is to consider several ways in which you can help parents like us raise our children in an environment that is way more inclusive and supportive. So number 1, Mayor, thank you. When my son felt like he was being discriminated against and singled out, you met with him in his office, you talked to him, you brought your staff in. I would encourage you, when you see situations like that and you hear about it in the newspaper, all of you elected officials, reach out to those youth and to those families and have a discussion with them and listen and hear what they have to say. Number 2, the previous speaker, the one that was before my son, I agree. Raise the Black Lives Matter flag. because it is true. Black lives do matter. And for all too long, had it not been for the video, let's be clear, had it not been for the video taping of what happened to George Floyd, this would not be raised to public recognition. It was only because of the video. But many of us live this like that every single day. People wonder about the health issues and the disparate impact of COVID-19. It's because when you are Black in America, you live in dual worlds, and the stress of having to deal with that manifests itself in your health issues, hypertension, blood pressure, etc. Therefore, we have autoimmune diseases and are more prone to them because of the stress that we feel just by being Black. That is real. So folks who are non-Black, to our city council, what would be great, and to all of those out there who are listening, reach across the aisle, ask how your Black person is doing, what you can do in the community. When you see someone hurting, ask them how they feel. Raise your hand in Black power in support, not to negate others, but to just say, I am here for you. Support those other organizations that are out there. Be more inclusive. How about holding one of your council members out in the community somewhere and invite parents who have children and need to be present but can't because they have childcare issues? Reach out to a community and do that. Please make it more inclusive. I want to thank you all for this opportunity, and I want to leave this with one quote from Angela Davis. I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. A great quote. Isaiah, great job. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Good job. Okay, Ronald Waitman, are you still on the call? Ronald, did you wish to address the council? Okay.
Mayor, he's on, but I've unmuted him, so I guess maybe he's just not responding.
Okay. Well, Ronald, thank you so much for your prior comments. We really appreciate it. We do have a letter from Maureen Bernardi. And would the city clerk please read Maureen's letter?
Sure. It reads, Good evening, Mayor Farrell, Deputy Mayor Honda, and honorable city council members. If you want to hear the truth, here it is. Your citizens out here in the real world are sick and tired of Governor Inslee slow walking the opening of small businesses in our city. We are fed up with his picking business winners and losers and who is essential while his government workers continue to get paid. We are tired of hearing his data, his science, and his holistic reviews. We are worn out while he dithers over we may and we may not. Federal Way is suffering. Our businesses are hanging on by a thread. We are closed by the legal 30-day emergency proclamation, but now we are months past that peak of the threat. I'm asking you, Mayor Farrell, our elected city council, to stand up to Governor Inslee, stand up for our city needs. If a teenager in a McDonald's drive-thru can be trusted with the public safety, aren't you confident that the shops in Federal Way can do the same? Small business owners have the most at stake. Wouldn't they be the most careful of all in following strict health regulations and distancing? Our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness include earning a living and being responsible for our families. Rights do not end where your fear begins. Without questions, we must protect vulnerable people and those with immune disorders. Our community will come out and support our struggling business, and we will get through this. Federal Way people are smart, capable, and can be trusted. Sound policymaking requires a recognition of reality. And right now, Federal Way's stark reality is that businesses are devastated, life savings are dwindling, families are being destroyed. Know this, we expect you to fight for us. Sincerely, Maureen Bernardi, Federal Way.
All right. Do we have any more public comments, Stephanie?
No, Mayor, that's all we have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, now we're on the consent agenda. These items have gone through council committees, and they can be all passed at one motion. If you'd like to if the council would like to pull an item for separate consideration, please let me know after I've read the items. And before I do that, actually, why don't we just go ahead and read them out. So item A, the minutes for May 19, 2020 regular meeting. Item B, monthly financial report, and instead of March, there's a Scrivener's error. It should be for April 2020. Again, on C, vouchers, it's not March for 2020, it's April 2020. And I am told that it's sufficient for us just to indicate it's a Scrivener's error, and the council can vote on that. Item D, purchase of 2 inspector vehicles utilizing sound transit funding. Council, items A through D, would you want pulled for separate consideration? All right, hearing none. Council President Honda, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move approval of items A through D on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, matter passes unanimously. Item 6, public hearing, amendment to the 2019 Citizen Plan, a citizen participation plan. I'll now open the public hearing. The staff report from Sarah Bridgeford, our Community Services Manager, will start us off.
Good evening, Mayor Farrell, Council President Honda, and members of the council. I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint and get you started on this. So our first amendment this evening is the amendment on the 2019 Citizen Participation Plan. The question before you is, should City Council approve the amendment to the 2019 Citizen Participation Plan? As we're all aware, COVID-19 has caused a threat to life, health, and economy. We've seen national, city, and state declarations of emergency. Stay-at-home orders have been put in place in order to protect citizens from the public health threat. And as a result of that, we've seen other impacts to financial security, housing stability, food security, mental health, employment, and many others. There's an urgent need in the community for the resources that CDBG can provide, and standard comment periods would put us much later than we would like to see. With a standard comment period, we would be looking at July for council approval and August or later for funding. Additionally, with our citizen participation plan, there are provisions that guide the types of hearings that we have. Right now, we can't have public hearings in person, which would be required by HUD and our plan. The plan requires that copies of plans be made available in physical hard copies at City Hall and the public libraries. Those are places that are closed. And then finally, our plan does require public notice printed specifically in the Federal Way Mirror as the paper of record. As the Mirror had a temporary suspension of their print edition, this amendment will allow for the publication with the Mirror online and then several other sources that we used to make these amendments. HUD has provided waivers to expedite the process of getting funding into the community. The waivers allow for shortened citizen comment periods with a minimum of 5 days. It allows for virtual public hearings, and then it also allows us to make this amendment, even though the current provisions in the citizen participation plan would not allow for this amendment. HUD does allow us to take this action. We have accessed the waivers in order to bring the amendments to you this evening. The changes, they fall in line with the provisions that we're not able to follow. So you'll see that that we are allowing for that shorter comment period and virtual public hearings. The amendments to consolidated plans, annual action plans, and citizen participation plans, when they're considered substantial, typically we take them to the Human Services Commission. And with expedited procedures, we are asking for the consideration that if it's better for us to get funds out quickly, that we not skip the Human Services Commission. We'll still consult with them, but it may change our process so we can reduce that period by about a month. And then finally, that minor amendments that may need to be made, typically those just go to the Human Services Commission. They're not often about funding or they're within an allowable amount. Those may also come to City Council contrary to the plan. And then finally, access to documents will be made available online, and then an increase in the email access and via mail. We did not have anybody take us up on that, but if we need to use these provisions through the rest of the year, that would be available as well. All of these expedited procedures will only be in use while the HUD waivers are in effect. Currently, that is through December. And we would only do it if the regular provisions are not possible or would cause untimely delays in getting projects funded. So if we have the ability of using our standard provisions and standard process, we will do so. I would be happy to take any questions that you might have.
All right, Council, do you have any questions? Council, let's see. Okay, well, let's see here. Okay, hearing none, or no, seeing none. Let's move on to citizen comment. My understanding is that Cynthia McAdam would wish to weigh in on item A, this item. Cynthia?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you for this opportunity. So I'm Cynthia Ricks McEltan, and I'm with CHI Franciscan Health. We facilitate the Build a Bridge coalition group. We met and had an opportunity to review the amendment to the Citizen Participation Plan, and we support the amendment and are urging you to approve the Citizen Participation Plan in light of the COVID-19 emergency. We do, however, want to acknowledge the fact that in terms, given the climate that is out there, that there are some other places where we can look at providing updates about what the city is doing and encourage more diversity and inclusive organizations to participate in our processes. For example, if you wanted to reach Black residents here, a significant newspaper medium would be the Northwest Facts and the Seattle Medium, and then of course the Auburn Reporter. Many of our residents also read the Auburn Reporter. Those are Black news publications where you can also put announcements there. To reach the Latino community, you can go to Latino and to meet Latino and Indigenous populations here. You can go to clatino.org and larazanorthwest.com, which is the La Raza de Norestasta. I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but it is a Spanish-speaking newspaper. So we should also put a publication in there. And then there's other social media you can use to reach diverse populations. For example, do a link to MSC or ask MSC to put on their website a link to public hearings and announcements regarding processes such like this, because many of their clients who are ethnically and racially diverse patronize and look at their technology. You can do the Federal Way Urban League. They actually have an office here now. El Centro de la Raza is here now. The Federal Way Black Collective, making announcements with them. And then the Federal Way Boys and Girls Club, which a high percentage of the youth that they serve and the families that they serve are also diverse. So this is another way of being more inclusive, that the participation plan can including announcements to these organizations and to their websites, having a link asking them to do that. I think that would be great to reach those families who traditionally may not have had a voice. So again, I just urge you, the Build a Bridge Coalition would like to support the participation plan, the amendment to the Citizens Participation Plan, and encourage the city to adopt it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Cynthia. All right, any other comments or questions by council? Okay, hearing and seeing none, let's move on. Any other citizen comments? Stephanie, are we aware of any?
No, Mayor. That's the one we had for this public hearing.
Okay. Okay, and Councilmember Kochmar, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cynthia. Excellent suggestions all. And I know that Sarah was listening to that, Sarah Bridgeford, and taking notes. Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? Actually, I see Councilmember Asefa Dawson with your hand up.
Yes, just wanted to say thank you to Sarah for putting this together. And I also want to say, I know as staff, I just want to make sure that you are good and that you are not stretched beyond beyond measures or your capacity to do this work, because I think it all falls on you. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do, and trying to expedite this and get it out and do it right is going to take a lot of your time. I know that. And I just want to say thank you. And hopefully you are not going to be overwhelmed with what you do. And hopefully also you can reach out for help if you need it. So just thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. Any other comments? All right. Hearing none. There's been a motion, a second, a discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Opposed? All right. The matter passes unanimously. Councilmember, now on to the main motion. Councilmember Kuchmar, as to the main motion, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I move approval of the proposed amendment to the 2019 Citizens Participation Plan.
I'll second that.
All right. There's been a motion, and a second on the main motion. Is there any discussion? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. Matter again passes unanimously. Item B, First Amendment to the 2019 Community Development Block Grant (CDBG) Annual Action Plan. And at this time, I will open the public hearing, and we'll have a staff report from Sarah Bridgeford.
Great. Thank you again. So this evening, I will be presenting the first amendment to the 2019 Annual Action Plan. You may be recognizing that we're in 2020. The reason for the 2019 is purely a matter of timing. At the time that we started this process, we did not yet have our 2020 approval from HUD, nor did the other communities in the King County Consortium. So we are amending our 2019 as allowed by the CARES Act funding and HUD provisions. The policy question before you is, should City Council approve the First Amendment to the 2019 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Annual Action Plan? I've covered this already. We know that there are many impacts that COVID-19 has had on our residents. And thankfully, we have access to this additional resource through HUD and the CDBG program. Many of the things that we know our residents are facing are things that can be funded. Not all of them. Some of them are particularly challenging with CDBG, and the city has stepped up, particularly in looking at food security and being able to provide assistance to food banks. That is a difficult thing to do with CDBG. And we were able to do that in another mechanism. So these funds will come in and kind of fill some of those other gaps that we see. But what we know is that the resources that we will have available will not meet the need. The needs are just going to exceed the amount of funding that we have, both with general fund as well as the CDBG funds. So the CDBG funds that I'm referencing, we call them CDBG CV. And these come from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We've received an allocation of $432,622 in these funds pursuant to the CARES Act. The funds are specifically available to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus or COVID-19. CDBG funds must support low and moderate income residents, and all services with these funds must document that there's a connection to COVID-19. There is the possibility that the city will receive 2 additional allocations through the CARES Act. There were 3 separate pots of funding for the CDBG program. The first one is a direct allocation to entitlement communities like Federal Way. The other 2 are using new formulas, one through the state, where we anticipate a small allocation, and then the third pot of CDBG funds is a new formula from HUD that will be based on COVID-19 related need. We think that's going to be largely focused on the public health side, but we're not sure yet. So the process that the city used for allocating the funds is in alignment with our standard processes and those in alignment with federal regulations. We used a competitive grant application process to allocate the $432,622 in CDBG CV funds, as well as $210,000 in prior year funds from underspent projects. The competitive grant application was opened. The Human Services Commission then reviewed the applications that were received and made recommendations to bring forward to City Council via this amendment. The first amendment to the 2019 annual action plan is proposed again with that truncated process and that expedited process that we talked about with the citizen participation plan amendment. Our intent is to get the funds into the community as quickly as possible, as well as coordinate with the King County Consortium so we all move together in submitting our plan. The Human Services Commission recommends the following for funding. All applications are recommended for funding, though 2 of the applications have a split recommendation with partial funding for the initial allocation and then contingency funding should we have additional funds or should a project not move forward. The projects that are funded include the Multi-Service Center for rent assistance. We know that once the eviction moratorium ends, that our residents are going to be facing past due rent, and many households are not going to be able to pay that past due rent. Even with a payment plan, it will be a challenge once that extra unemployment payment ends. That allocation is $110,818. The Catholic Community Services for the Day Center is recommended for $125,230. That does include the prior allocation from City Council. As originally planned, if we receive the CDBG funds, that allocation made as part of the emergency human services funding would be allocated to CDBG. So that number does include that. This would allow for the expanded hours at the Day Center through the end of the year, in addition to that staffing throughout the day to ensure social distancing and access to adequate services. Catholic Community Services for Reach Out is recommended for $56,000. Similarly to the Day Center, that includes the original City Council allocation and the allocation of Mayor Farrell as well. It is a partially funded project. The second portion is showing up in that contingency as the $40,732. Valid projects, highly needed in looking at our shelter, as the expectation is that public health will recommend continuing a non-congregate shelter model into the fall and through the end of the year. When we look at that, we know that Reach Out is potentially going to be impacted, and CCS is planning for that. Part of that is applying for funds when they're available. King County, they also have funding available, so we're going to continue to track that and make sure that we're not duplicating. The Boys and Girls Clubs of King County have applied for an all-day childcare in the amount of $43,407. It's a small number of people that it can serve, but that's based on the space that they have available in their capacity. And the reason for that is looking at school districts and what school districts are likely going to be doing when they reopen. It's anticipated, but not known for certain at this point, that the school model may look different. It may include days on and days off. And in preparation, the Boys and Girls Club is trying to fill a gap in childcare for elementary school kids. And this is one way of doing that. Highline College has applied to provide technical assistance to microenterprise and small business regarding reopening in light of COVID-19, as well as accessing resources. So they can assist with some application. They can look at the public health requirements, whether it's documentation or recommendations for safely opening. And they will assist businesses in getting that plan together, along with looking at cash flow and how that might look different when capacity is not the same. Catholic Community Services is recommended for partial funding in the amount of $40,732 for a COVID-19 related homelessness prevention. This one's a little bit different than a standard rent assistance. They're looking at people who are more on the cusp of homelessness, people who might be living in motels, hotels, staying with friends and families, not on the street homelessness, but by CDBG definition would not qualify as homeless. So it's an interesting place between a typical rent assistance and a diversion program that we might see in the homeless services system. They would provide a short-term shallow subsidy along with case management and other services to families that come into that program. And then we have the COVID-19 Emergency Business Grant Program. We did have a third-party application for this program, and that was Mercy Corps Northwest. They are a CDFI. They have experience in working with CDBG and would be able to get this program up and running very quickly once we have the HUD funding. There is a question around the indirect, they have a negotiated indirect cost agreement, and the way that HUD is interpreting that is a little bit different than they've applied it in the past. So we're still negotiating and having conversations with HUD and Mercy Corps Northwest to move that forward, with the potential that they would be able to do that much quicker than the city would. And they have the experience and the staffing and capacity to get that off the ground quicker. With that being said, the Human Services Commission, because of those questions, did want to include it at a general level rather than naming Mercy Corps Northwest. The reason for that is if we do not come to agreement on the application of the indirect rate, that we would then do this internally at the city. Either way, we would be coming back to City Council and working on the criteria and making sure that Mayor Farrell and City Council are in support of the way that that program would be rolled out. And then the Planning and Administration in the amount of $18,935 would allow city staff the funding and the time to monitor, provide technical assistance. We'll be doing some training up front with the funded partners that may be opened broader for others who are interested in federal funding as well, but specifically to make sure that we are starting these projects off on the right foot for income verification, other regulations that apply to the CDBG program. And then you'll see the contingency projects that I've already talked about. This is anticipated timeline. It is subject to change. This is just kind of a best guess on when we would be receiving funding. Tonight, the amendment is before Council for consideration. If it is approved and our consortium partners are also approving their plans, we could submit to HUD as soon as June 4th. King County submits on our behalf, so we do that together. And then as early as June 30th, we could receive the HUD funding agreement and have access to the funds in mid-July. That is a tight time frame, but HUD has really been working quite hard. Their staff have been excellent in expediting processes, not just at the high level with the waivers, but even at the local level, and getting answers that we need to move forward in getting us our 2020 funding. And we expect the same to be true for these funds. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, Council, any questions for Sarah? Okay, well, actually, okay. Council President Honda, and then Councilmember Asefa-Dawson.
Thank you. Sarah, thank you for this work. I know that you are a very busy person, and I appreciate the work that you put into this. The COVID-19 Emergency Business Grant Program, can you go into more detail on that, please?
Yes. Yes. So CDBG funds are specific for microenterprise. So microenterprise as defined as 5 or fewer employees. And further with the CDBG program, the business owner has to be low and moderate income, low or moderate income. So that is a distinct difference between other resources that are available where we're still complying with the CDBG regulations. It would be a grant. The way that Mercy Corps would run it, if they are the subrecipient, is they would look at a range of $2,500 to $7,500. That's negotiable. Some cities have taken approaches with the microenterprise grants in trying to fill unique gaps that exist in other funding. So a lot of funding sources largely leave out minority and women-owned businesses, where they're less likely to be able to access those for a variety of reasons. Different programs have included criteria and displacement weighting, so businesses that are more likely to be displaced are in a category that gets a larger portion of funding and it's weighted differently. Those would all be things that we would take into consideration. Mercy Corps already has a system in place. They would work with the city in finalizing criteria. If we do that internally, we'll be doing the same thing, but it will probably take us a little bit longer to get that off the ground.
How do you advertise and let businesses know that this is available?
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of avenues. We would try to coordinate with our economic development department, and Highline College has a lot of relationships with microenterprise, using some of the newspapers that Cynthia had mentioned, especially if it's got weighting on minority and women-owned businesses, making sure that we're getting it out into the community. Mercy Corps Northwest, again, has a system in place. If we're doing that internally, we would have to be looking at developing some new reaches that we certainly don't do in community services in that way. But we would try to use the partnerships that we do have and leverage their connections and their reaches.
I have one more question, and it's on mental health. We're hearing that mental health issues have skyrocketed, and more services are needed and will be needed for some time. Do any of these programs provide any mental health services?
No, some of the programs would make connections to mental health services, but we did not have an applicant. Despite some direct reaches, we didn't have an application for mental health services. Health services in general with CDBG, because of, again, some of the regulations can be difficult. Health Point considered applying for a variety of reasons. They did not, that would not have been mental health, but they already have a system in place that's unique in how they can do monitoring, and if HUD comes out, what they can share, and they've got that system in place. A lot of entities don't, so it feels like a little bit of a more of a challenge. It is something that I have been having some conversations in trying to figure out if there's a way that we can do that using some of those emergency social service funds. And so far, it's a capacity issue as well. We have a lot of agencies that, for the same reasons that the city is struggling, and businesses, we have different ways of operating. It's difficult to look at adding capacity and then wanting to sustain it. That's something we saw with rent assistance and the multi-service center. They felt like that was the capacity that they had. They're considering expanding that further, but there are limits on what our agencies can do with a quick turnaround and for potentially a shorter term program.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, Councilmember Suffolk Dawson.
Yes, thank you, Sarah, again. With Mercy Corps, there's no planning, there's no admin fees included in that, is there? If we go through them, is there any kind of admin fees?
Yes, for sub-recipients, they mostly will use an indirect fee. So an indirect fee includes things that we typically would think of as a little bit different than admin. They're not things that can be tracked directly to a project where it's inefficient to track a cost. So if you've got somebody in finance cutting a check and getting something set up in ACH, it's not efficient for them to track it for every check that they're cutting in this project, or for drafting the agreements that are required with CDBG, so the contracts and their HR time. So those fees are included, and it's indirect. Where there's a difference in opinion in how it gets applied is whether it's across the entire amount, including the business grants, or if it's restricted only to the time that is directly tracked to the grant, which would be about $5,000 to $7,000 of their staff time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
So yes, they would like to charge indirect, which is allowable. It's all a matter of the amount that is allowable with HUD regulations.
Okay. And when does this project have to end? Since it's COVID related, is there a timeline for?
That is a great question. There is not a specific end date, but a lot of the guidance has been really focusing on the period through December of 2020, in part because we do have to document and show for every person assisted a direct connection to COVID-19. And that gets harder to do the further out that you get, especially when we're talking about rent assistance and business assistance, for some of the same reasons that Tim was talking about, that we don't know all the details of a business's financial health. That may be true in 6 months. In a year, it gets even harder. We can make those arguments and documentation now a lot easier. The further out that we get, the harder it will be. And that is how most communities are approaching this, is addressing some of those urgent needs that exist right now and recognizing that we do have a lot of needs that we can address now. So the intent is to have the funds be utilized, projects wrapping up by the end of the year.
Okay, can I ask one more question, Mayor?
Of course.
Thank you. With the rental assistance with multi-service center, how are they going to determine how much they're going to offer per individual? And also, again, back to the COVID question, how do they determine? It says, I forgot how many people they're going to serve. 108? Is that what I saw? I forgot the number.
Yes.
I think so. Yeah. Do you know what they're doing? Are they giving a certain amount to everyone? Is that how they're going to do it, or is it for the number of months they have missed, or what's the criteria they're going to use?
And I'm going to pull that up. So they are going to do it within the parameters of their current program as far as the limit. So it will not fully fund rent payments if somebody has missed 3 months of payments. It will not fully fund that. One provision of the multi-service center, their program, along with most of the rent programs that we fund with general fund, is they do look for what's called resolution. So they're going to be looking for, do people have that negotiated payment plan with a landlord? And do they have a way to pay that rent moving forward? Because these are limited resources. They're very good at doing this. They work with people to try to get to those plans and make sure that they do have a resolution and have every chance of staying housed. Unfortunately, it will not prevent everyone from losing housing, not just because of the amount of funding that's available, but because if somebody does not have a way forward to continue paying rent, they're probably not going to be a candidate for a service like this. And that's a hard balance. CDBG funds, and again, it doesn't come into play with MSC because their limit is much lower, but CDBG funds can also only be used for up to 3 months of rent. We won't see that because the limit will be much lower than that amount.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. And why don't we go to the agenda? Says we've got citizen comment now with Cynthia McAtanigan. Cynthia?
Hi there. I promise this is the last time you'll hear from me tonight. So this time I'm coming to you. I wear several hats in the community. So this time I'm coming to you as one of your Human Services Commissioners. First of all, I want to give a very great big virtual hug and shout out to the staff, Sarah and Brittany. You all did an amazing job when the Human Services Commission met last month to you got out the RFP quickly and the criteria and made sure that the Human Services Commission had input on it, quick turnaround, then helping us look at a review tool and then giving us guidance on how to review those applications. We did that, which led us to have at our Human Services Commission meeting, the most amazing discussion in all my years of public service. I'm kind of old, so over 35 years, the best discussion I've ever had about equity, inclusion, the finance, everything that you can think of, we did during that time. It was a huge milestone for us as commissioners, I think, and making sure that we did our fiduciary responsibility, that there was humanity involved, that we really met the needs. So I want to thank you, staff. Sarah, you all are amazing, and I appreciate it. To my fellow commissioners, you did an outstanding job. We worked our butt off, and you guys did amazing in coming up with the recommendation. So having said that, if you all have any, if the council members have, and Mayor, if you have any questions for the commissioners, please throw them at me. I was the one sort of designated to be out here to answer those questions. We deliberated long and hard. We would appreciate you all seriously considering our recommendations, because we really did review it using the right criteria, I think. And so thank you all for the opportunity to serve on the commission and for the work that the staff did. And I'm very pleased with our recommendation. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Cynthia. Great job. Appreciate your service and your testimony tonight. Council, any questions of staff or Cynthia or anybody?
Mayor?
Yes, Greg.
I believe there was one more public comment from Allison Taylor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Allison?
It's okay. If she gets 3 comments, I get 3 comments. That's all I'm saying. I also want to say publicly, I'm announcing Isaiah McAtan's run for council next year. So 4 of you should watch out. That kid is brilliant. But what I wanted to ask actually, Sarah, and say, your brain and the way that you present things, you are amazing. You are brilliant. And we are lucky to have you, Miss Bridgeford. But I had a question about the Highline schools, and maybe it's just because there was so much information I missed it. But the Highline Education Grant part, that piece, I can't see it, I'm sorry. And it said it will help 20 businesses. Are those all businesses that are already existing in Federal Way, or to grow businesses that we know will come back to Federal Way, or what is that? How does that piece work? And also, I'm really excited that the council has learned the lesson not to waste any money that we get. But I just had that one question about the Highline piece. She's on mute.
And Mayor Farrell, is it okay if I answer that?
Of course. Yeah, please.
That it's an excellent question. So these funds will be for existing businesses in Federal Way, and it's with Highline College. So they run the Small Business Development Center, which is focused on existing businesses, and then the Start Zone, which is startups. This program is going to be for existing businesses, making sure that they can be sustainable as possible, trying to give them every opportunity to do that. We do also fund Highline using CDBG for new startups as well, but that's separate funding from this.
Okay, I just was hoping that it was money that was going to stay in Federal Way. So that's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Council President Honda, you still have your hand up. Did you want to speak?
No, but pretty soon I need to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Okay, let's do that after this. We've got 13 minutes, but thank you for the reminder. Council, any other questions? Councilmember Sefa Dawson, you have your hand up. You don't have, okay, just still up. All right. Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I've never recused myself. I'm a board member of the Multi-Service Center, and because there's funding in there, I will recuse myself. Mr. Mayor, I will recuse myself from this vote because I'm a board member with the Multi-Service Center, and I just want to be an ethical leader here. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Hearing that,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Kopang, yes.
I'm also going to recuse myself from a board member for the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay. All right. The clerk will note that for both Councilmember Moore and Councilmember Kopang. Thank you. Okay. So, Council, any other questions or comments? All right. Hearing none, Councilmember Kochmar.
Well, I want to say that I've already resigned from the Community Caregivers Network, so I wouldn't have an ethical problem. So that's how I resolved that one. Thank you, I think our Human Services Commissioners are some of the hardest working commissioners we have. And I know that this took a lot of work, and I really want to thank them, as well as Sarah and Brittany. And so thank you. Excellent job. Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second, multiple seconds. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The motion to close public hearing has been approved unanimously. And now, Councilmember Kuchmar for the main motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I, by the way, let's see, if there were two recusals, let's see. We just
We're
closed the public
recused
hearing,
on
so that
this
was okay.
vote.
But I think
Yeah.
you'll be recused, two recusals on this vote. So thank you very much, Councilmember Copang. Mayor, I move approval of the proposed First Amendment to the 2019 Community Development Block Grant CBD Annual Action Plan with the Human Services Commission recommendations, and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents to implement the plan and the corresponding funding agreements with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and subrecipients.
Second.
All right. There's a second. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor of the main motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Opposed? All right. It passes. A great job tonight, Sarah. Thank you very much.
And there's two recusals.
That's correct. That's right. So it'd be 5, 0, and 2. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Sarah. Let's see here. Now, moving on, council business. Purchase of Cradle Point routers for police cars. Staff report from Thomas Fitchner, RT Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, Deputy Council members. I am pleased to be here in front of you. I'm going to share my screen. So I'm going to kind of paraphrase the staff report that I wrote as part of this. It's pretty straightforward, pretty self-explanatory. In the 2020 IT capital budget was $94,500 allocated out of replacement reserves funds for the replacement of the Rocket vehicle routers inside of the police cars. And it's effectively, if you think about a Comcast cable modem for your house and your home Wi-Fi, it's that for the police cars. So currently, the utility manufactured Rocket device reached its end of life, and it will need to be replaced. So we looked at the new version of that. That didn't quite fit what we needed, a little bit more expensive. And so, of course, we do what we do best, and that's query our peers around the area. And the Cradle Point routers have been around for a long time, even before we bought the utilities. And they do very well, and they're very popular with a lot of our neighboring jurisdictions. So we were planning to purchase these IBR 900 devices anyway, and it happens that we've been kind of working on switching some of our air cards for the police cars from Verizon to AT&T. We get a little bit better consistency with that.
Thomas,
AT&T.
can I interrupt? Thomas,
Oh, yeah.
Can I interrupt you? Council President Honda, I forgot to do what I said I was going to do. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I move to extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
Second.
All right. And there's been a motion, a second, to extend our business beyond 10 p.m. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. And we press ahead. Thank you. Thomas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll share my screen again.
Sure.
Okay, so one of our vendors, AT&T FirstNet, has had a incredible deal come up, and it's basically giving us a deal that none of our other vendors could have to could accommodate. And so we were able to buy 69 routers, which we actually is the quantity that we needed. We originally were only able to budget a total of 63. So this is actually meeting our mark for replacements. And as you can see there, AT&T has a much significantly cheaper price, but they have an even better deal, and that is they're going to give us a total of $375 statement credit over a period of 6 months back, which brings the the total cost of the device way down. And it's not something that any of the other vendors can do. In fact, we called the manufacturer, and they said it's something that AT&T FirstNet it's exclusive. They're doing it only. So the one caveat to that is AT&T does not supply the antenna that we need in order to hook that up. It goes on the roof of the cop car and then wires down into the router that's mounted in the trunk. And we will have to supply or procure that from a different supplier, mainly Streakwave. Here they have the kind of the lowest price that we were able to find. If you add freight and all that on there, it comes out to a total of $62,162 from AT&T, less the FirstNet statement credit, which will be about $25,875, brings the whole project down to $36,287. However, that's not the full deal. We are going to have to activate these devices immediately when we purchase them, and so we can't install them immediately. So we're going to have some AT&T or some rockets that are still active while we bring the Cradle Points online, and we estimate that the total cost that we're going to have to keep this, we can get it about 5 of them done, working with our installer per week. And so we probably have about $6,250 worth of like double charges where we're paying 2 cellular lines. But still, even if you add that back into the cost, it just can't be beaten. So this is an opportunity that came up about a little over a week ago. We were made aware of it. And so we wanted to kind of get this before you to save a little bit of money. Originally, we weren't budgeting installation labor. We try and work with our fleet, not Public Works, but through police, to pay for that. And so in this proposed solution, you can see that we'll actually even have enough money to cover the installation off of the total project cost. So if you want to talk all inclusive to the city, we're way under budget. So this was an opportunity that I couldn't wait to bring before you. So I appreciate both Mayor Farrell and FedRec Chair Tran allowing me to bring this before you tonight. Are there any questions?
Council, do you have any questions?
I do.
All right.
It's not a question. I just want to thank Thomas for doing this. I know he's working really hard during this crisis and keeping us all connected and able to work remotely, and doing this extra stuff to save us money is amazing. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
All right, Cal. Thank you. Council, any other questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thomas, I just wanted to clarify something, because on my motion, the total not to exceed 62,000, but on the chart that you just showed, if I look it correctly, you needed $62,162.10.
That is correct. So the motion does state 62,200. You're right. Hold on. What did that? Is that a? I'm pretty sure the 62.2 will actually work. The motion, I believe, is correct. I might have made an error in that other one because my chart. Yeah, 62,200.
Okay, should I change that to 62,200 then?
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
I apologize. Sorry about that.
Okay. Councilmember Kopang, did you have a question?
Councilmember Cookman, you're still muted.
Thomas, can you explain the FirstNet advantages? I know that the coverage is better in certain areas of Federal Way, but I think it also provides priority coverage for the police department.
So it does. FirstNet, to keep a very long story as condensed as I possibly can, is it was a federally, after 9/11, there was a push to have a region, a nationwide dedicated public safety network. In 2012, that was created. FirstNet is a kind of an overarching authority, and then they've kind of put together some standards for a dedicated public safety network. Realized that the $7 billion that was allocated was not enough to build a exclusive separate network. So AT&T was able to partner with them. It's a public-private partnership with AT&T, and they created with their existing infrastructure a kind of turnkey solution for FirstNet, and that does give advantages. It's a first responder network. It's not necessarily just exclusive public safety, and so we're able to use it for voice as well as data, police as well as even public works. So now the other carriers have tried to also get, or at least offer services that can kind of compete with that on their own. So Verizon has allowed us the ability to have a little bit more prioritization on their network. But the idea behind the AT&T FirstNet is that AT&T would be kind of building that out slowly over I think 20 to 30 years. Eventually will be a private one, but they wanted to have a turnkey solution. So yes, that does give us those advantages. Locally, as far as Federal Way, we've found that Verizon is definitely a faster carrier as far as speeds go, but AT&T with roaming, they're a little bit more consistent for at least our purposes. And so Verizon's still very good. We have a huge amount of lines with Verizon. Pretty much all of our cellular phones are with Verizon, and then AT&T has got a majority share of our data cards. And those are, of those data cards, they're all on the FirstNet network. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's see. And Thomas, can you reduce that now?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Tran, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move approval of the purchase of the Cradle Point IBR 900 router from AT&T FirstNet for a total not to exceed $62,200.
Second.
All right. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Opposed? All right. Matter passes unanimously. All right. Now, moving on to item B, 7B, letters to the governor of the county executive regarding phase 2 of a staff report from Bill Vedino, senior policy advisor. I would note that when we first discussed this at agenda setting, we several weeks ago, we indicated that if we got to June 1st, the day before the council meeting, obviously yesterday, and if we were not in phase 2 or we're not moving to phase 2, that we would address this at this council meeting. Then, obviously, as we're leading into last week, we received information that King County was not in a position, along with Pierce and Snohomish County, to even apply. At least it was at that point earlier in the week that we were not going to apply. That King County. And this is obviously being done county by county. Obviously, that has been changed. With various press releases, press conferences with the governor and the county executive, I have actually had conversations with the governor and been on conference calls with our regional mayors, with the Sound Cities Association, and with the county executive, expressing our concern about a sub-regional approach. But of course, I am essentially getting into Bill's a presentation, but you all probably received a letter earlier in the late last week, several days ago, and our draft of the letter has changed to be consistent with the public pronouncements and changes that have been ongoing. But they've been multiple changes in the past week. With that, we have Bill Vadino, a policy advisor, that will give a presentation and the language for a proposed letter. I think the idea is we need to get our businesses going as quick as possible. Bill, go ahead.
Well, Mayor, Council President, and Council members, here's the show. Now you all have, as of 6:15, the latest letter, which was informed by a King County Committee of the Whole meeting that occurred this afternoon. And there was a surprise in there, which we basically verified around 6:15. So you've got that in your email, and we'll preview with you with that in a bit here. But basically, this all started when we were informed on Friday that we were not going to be going on to phase 2 here in Federal Way in King County. And so Governor Inslee issued basically his modified 4-phase approach. And so just to do this for those who are at home, because most of you are pretty much up to speed on this, or all up to speed on this, Stay Home Healthy ended, and it was replaced by a phased reopening. And this meant that counties could go to the Secretary of Health and basically apply as a county to move on to phase 2. And so they would have to comply with requirements, and basically they would start wherever they are on June 1, but then they could start to, like I said, apply. And so the application to move from 1 to 2 could only be submitted beginning on Monday, on June 1, to the governor and the Secretary of Health. So as you know, Pierce and the Snohomish counties pretty much were completed Monday and early Tuesday, respectively. And then these are going to be evaluated, and we've heard 2 to 3 days, and certain metrics are involved. And so basically the metrics that we've talked about for the last 3 months, if they're not achieved, they might even balance. Maybe if you're 5 out of 6, as Ray was talking about earlier, you might be able to proceed to another phase. But basically, as you've seen in the numbers that we send to you every day, it's COVID activity. And fortunately for the county and for the approach we're going to propose tonight, it went from 10 and under cases every 2 weeks for a population of 100,000 to under 25. Then of course the activity's got to be flat or decreasing. And then there's that R0 number, which means how, if you with everybody isolated, one person who could maybe pass it on to their household, but the R0 number was a lot higher. And then of course there's healthcare system readiness, 80% or under, testing, there's case contact investigations, and the protection of high-risk populations. And there's a penalty phase that if a county goes to 2 and these numbers go backwards, they could go from 2 back to 1. So that's how that was laid out. So after that press conference, King County Executive Dow Constantine basically had his 15 minutes later and said, well, we're going to basically propose a 1.5. We're going to get it in as soon as possible. And as the council president noted, it's getting in there tonight. And that should be, it's probably on the way now. And basically, as Dow mentioned, we are working with leadership and with King County Health. And so they decided that they would go with a 1.5, which Governor Inslee had talked about. So these are the important parts. Number 1, gatherings only allowed outdoors of 5 or fewer people outside the household. Next, in-store retail would 15% of building occupancy and limited to a 30-minute visit in the store. Personal services, this is your haircuts and your nail salons, basically 25% of building capacity. And you'll note there that there was a 30-minute limit you all knew about. That's been tagged as unrealistic because people just can't get all those services done in 30 minutes. So that was taken off the application today as of 3 p.m. Professional services, lawyers, etc., tax accountants, the same thing, 25% of building capacity, but the 30 minutes for customers. And then pet grooming will be back. Restaurants, initially no indoor dining allowed, outdoor dining permitted, and I know we've got an agenda item after that, seating at 50%. And then recreation and fitness only allowed outdoor. However, and then of course real estate, and then construction, manufacturing operations, photography. Well then, as of this afternoon, Rachel Smith from Dow Constantine's office announced the following. Yes, the application's going in late tonight, and they believe that phase 1.5 may be able to begin by this Friday. So everything we just talked about, retail, everything that is listed there, hair salon, services, could be up and operational if they're meeting the requirements by Friday. And then once that happens, if the measurements continue to be the way we talked about a moment ago, we could be in phase 2 wholly in 2 weeks. So I would say 2 weeks from Friday or Saturday. Also added were home and domestic services allowed. Indoor fitness was amended to have one-on-one personal trainers in the facility. As I mentioned, the 30-minute limit on personal services is no longer. And then the cities may allow on their own to do additional restaurant seating. Originally, it just said current seating. And then the great surprise is this. The application that's going in tonight says the following. All indoor dining services may operate, that's indoors, subject to phase 2 guidance, with the exception that at no time may the number of clients served be more than 25% of the tables provided. Such tables are more than 6, and as long as they're 6 feet away from each other. So that's huge, folks. And at this point, it's unknown by King County whether Governor Inslee will decide to accept this in the application. But that's groundbreaking there, that we could have our restaurants open if the application is approved, especially this part of it. So this will be monitored over the next 2 weeks. If the metrics are stable, we'll be able to go ahead to phase 2. So we've redone the draft of the letter for the 3rd time. You've got it in front of you, but I'll take it through, especially for our citizens. And since you've got it, we can go through it rather quickly. But basically, this letter advocates, because we still want to get to 2, 3, and 4, a sub-area or city-by-city approach versus a county approach. And of course, it shares our disappointment that we didn't make it to phase 2. It talks about how grateful we are that basically there is the option for phase 1.5, but that we still want a sub-area approach to be, and a city approach to be allowed, so that we can get into an accelerated fashion, depending on the health guidelines, of course, into phases 2, 3, and 4. And of course, we thank them for their leadership for the last 2 months. We, as a council, we discuss 1.5 and how this is where we're at this point, but we are still concerned about restaurants. And so basically the new sentence is addressing the fact that yes, outdoor is important, but we really applaud King County applying for restaurants to be at 25% inside. And we ask that the governor and state health secretary approve this proposal to help this important business sector. And then of course, the next few paragraphs talk about how the measurements and stay at home and the use of our citizens have really helped contain this outbreak, and how we make this proposal realizing that the health of our citizens, our healthcare workers, our vulnerable population, first responders do come first. So we do realize there are things we have to be careful about, but we want to basically make sure, we'd like you to re-examine the geographical application of the measurements, because if the county is going to keep us from getting to 2 or 3 or 4, certain subregion cities should be able to go ahead with the statistics. Because as you all know, we could be the 36th largest state in the union, and we don't want other dashboards to hold back certain regions. So the other piece is, if they're evaluating what those metrics, now that the life care places are basically locked down and the employees are being constantly tested, that any kind of number for a city or for a region should take those out of the equation. And so basically we're asking for a sub-area, city by city, because now it's the time to think anew and act anew, to accelerate to 2, 3, and 4 of the phases responsibly. So basically it has you asking for a meeting to discuss this, look at sub-area, so that they could apply to different areas can apply if there's a problem with King County. And then also, we're going to let the Sound Cities Association know, as there are cities that want to move more rapidly and don't necessarily want to be tied to the King County numbers. And then, of course, asking the governor to, if King County asks for a county approach at our behest in other cities, that he also accepts sub-area and city-to-city approach to do this. So basically, that's the letter. It's based on everything that's changed. And I think that's all the latest news, unless someone's gotten some more emails from Chair McDermott or anyone else.
Okay, Council, do you have any questions or comments as to the letter? I know that I spoke with Council President, Councilmember Asefa Dawson, and then Councilmember Kopang. Councilmember Asefa Dawson, go ahead first.
Yeah, my question is really simple though. How long is this letter?
2 pages.
Is it okay? It just seemed longer, and I wonder if it could be cut, because I don't think it will be read if it's as long as it looked to me or sounded to me. So.
Yeah, I think it's important to. Oh, you bet. Okay, and so we'll look for ways to shorten it. I don't think that would be a problem in regard to, but without cutting anything substantive. Thank you, Councilmember Kopang. I'm with you though, Councilmember Asefa Dawson. It when people send me letters, it's if they're not 1 page, I take a really critical look at it. You got to get to your point. This happens to be a little complicated, but thank you. Councilmember Kopang.
Bill, I just wanted to thank you. I want to thank you for all your time and effort on this letter. I know that things have moved quite quickly, and you've been revision after revision after revision. But again, I appreciate your taking care of that, so that the council is on the right page and in right step with where we are right now as a county, and that our letter is as relevant as it is possible to be. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council President Honda.
Thank you. I would also like to thank Bill for his work on this, and for the mayor for listening to Councilmember Kuchmar and I as we have talked to him about this during agenda setting meetings. Our businesses need to be open. They need to have a fair chance to survive, and we need to be supporting them and getting them open. I would say that the 2 of the things in the letter, going to SCA to go to the sub-region areas, and there was one more. Taking the nursing home counts out of the counts that are monitored, and that could potentially cause us from not going to different levels or different phases. The SCA caucus for the Board of Health met last Friday, and we also will be asking the SCA board to support that. We felt that the caucus has members from North King County and from South King County. I'm the caucus chair. We felt that King County is a very large county. It isn't, it's hard to compare our county to other counties because we are so large. And we also all felt that the nursing homes have had increased cases, but they are contained in one area and should not be counted as overall to the county. So thank you very much. I really am excited that we're doing this, and it's a good thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kuchmar.
Thank you. Excellent letter, Bill and Jim. Thank you very much. And I thought that you added some good ideas in there. And I think that's going to help us with phases 3 and 4 and 5. So I think it's a good thing to get that out now and get it out as soon as possible. And thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
A quick question. We could probably condense the case for what's, talking about all the health statistics and watching out for
Right.
our residents, or so condense that. Is that what we're thinking?
So Ryan, let me ask you a quick question. Is it, if the council, obviously, is it a problem if they approve this tonight and we try to condense, obviously, does that get problematic if after the council votes on it for us to condense down but not take substantive portions out and then seek their signature?
It depends on the form of the motion. So if the motion has enough leeway in it to allow what we consider non-substantive at the discretion of the mayor and Mr. Vadino, those changes to be made, then that's fine. So
Right.
If
Certainly,
we're not going to
yeah.
approve an actual letter tonight, then there needs to be some wiggle room built into the motion.
You're absolutely right. That's why I'm asking. All right. Council President Honda, do you have a motion that would so authorize to do that?
So I'll go ahead and read the motion. If anyone feels it needs to be changed, let me know. I move to send a letter to Governor Inslee and King County Executive Constantine asking to safely open our community at phase 1.5 of the Safe Start Washington plan as outlined in the presentation.
And would you be open to a friendly amendment to just say and modify the proposed letter for purposes of
Brevity.
For brevity and conciseness?
Does that need to be added, or is this general enough that it would be?
I think actually what Ryan was saying, if you guys approve the letter, then we certainly don't want to be in a position in which we're cutting out portions of a letter that the council approved. Right. So I think what we want to do is make sure that whatever we do always comports with the will of the council.
All right. So I move to send. So do you want me to start over again?
Sure. Go ahead.
I move to send a letter to Governor Inslee and King County Executive Constantine asking to safely open our community at phase 1.5 of the Safe Start Washington plan. And, I just forgot and modify the letter as needed from our discussion.
Second.
All right. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
It was just a beautifully crafted motion.
Thank you.
It was. Okay. There's been a motion and a second and a good discussion. I want to say thank you so much, Bill, for all of the work that you have put into this. And,
thank you.
And all of the drafts, you guys, he keeps coming, back. What about this draft? What about this draft? And we've been back forth on a multiple times a day, trying to make sure we got it just right. And that's probably what happened, Lydia, is that as we're trying to make sure that we're getting everything, I think there may have been a few too many cooks in the process. So
great letter, though.
Well, it reminds me of the great Abraham Lincoln quote when he sent a letter to a friend of his. At the end of it, he says, "I'm sorry this letter is so long. I didn't have time to make it shorter." And which it's one of those Lincoln quotes. You never know if he actually said it, but it sounds good, right? Okay. So there's been a motion, a second, and I'm not filibustering, I promise. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, matter passes unanimously. Thank you, Council President Honda, Council Member Kuchmer, and all the council members for your input on this. Okay, now the item that was added, the temporarily allowing shared parking for outdoor restaurant activity. This is in line with the ever-evolving phases in what's allowed and what's not allowed in this new universe. With that, we'll kick it over to a staff report for Brian Davis, our Community Development Director. Who will not
Thank you,
engage in
Mayor
filibuster.
and Council
Yes.
President Honda.
and the remaining members of council. So to continue the theme of helping out businesses in Federal Way, we have drafted a resolution for your consideration tonight. The resolution was drafted under the direction of Mayor Farrell, and this allows restaurants to utilize adjacent parking spaces for added outdoor service area. So previously, Bill just talked about restaurants being able to open up with a limited portion of availability of their indoor area, and by passing this resolution, this would provide them some additional space outdoors for them to continue, or to basically to expand their service area out into parking spaces. It's merely a relief of regulation. They would need to coordinate any permission that they need to do so from their respective landlords. But for the city's role in this, it essentially suspends the enforcement of any parking quantity requirements for development activities. And we believe that it's appropriate to do so because there is decreased vehicular traffic to these establishments, such that we feel okay about having these spaces utilized for other uses that benefit the restaurants in the meantime. Excuse me, benefits the restaurants in the meantime. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed resolution.
All right, council, any questions? Let me hold on for a sec. Council, do we have any questions? Councilor Kopang.
Just one question. Brian, why are we proposing this be extended through basically the end of the year?
We need an end date, and frankly, everything has been so uncertain that we wanted to give as much possible time for this to be effective. If there is if there's a lift on the restriction such that the parking is needed again, we can come back to the council and revise the resolution to revert the parking spaces back. But we wanted to have an end date, but also provide some leeway. A balance of flexibility and definitive date.
So the approach is basically to maybe undo it in 3 months, as opposed to having it stop in 3 months and then extending it.
Exactly.
Okay. No. All right. Well, as long as we can, I mean, if it no longer becomes practical, I think that the restaurateurs they'll move back inside. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to understand the reasoning. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, and actually, Brian, we're going to hopefully need you. I'll send you an email about this. Tim suggested that we should have you talk during the Business Resiliency Task Force meeting tomorrow over the noon hour. So let's talk about that offline. I'll shoot you an email.
Sure.
But we may want to have you kind of walk through this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And we're doing everything we can to help our businesses, and that's what we need to be doing. Because just as was said earlier in regard to getting money and assistance, time is of the essence. So that's what this is. That's why we're doing the letter. That's why we're doing everything we can to help them. All right, council, anything else? Brian, thank you so much for your work on this. All right, Councilor Kopang, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I move approval of the proposed resolution.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and multiple seconds. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Great job, you guys. I had a feeling this meeting would take about 4 hours, just taking a look at the agenda. And guess what, you guys? I remember when we first got on, I told you it was going to be 4 hours. Okay, council reports. Council member, it's time to start at council position number 1, Council Member Lydia Acevedos.
Thank you, Mayor, and I thank you for the well done meeting. I think we're all still wide awake.
Yeah.
Actually, my report tonight is going to be a little heavy because my heart is really heavy, and I do want to share about my emotion. And I wrote it down because I did not want to misspeak. And so I'll just read as much as I can and share where I am, considering all that has been going on around us in this country in particular. And so, you've always heard me say a number of times that I am a mother of 3 adult Black sons. And I don't think I have actually articulated the why of why I bring this up over and over. A lot of times people bring up the fact that my kids are okay and they're good and they're well. And that is not the point. The point is, as a mother with my kids away from me, anytime and every time I hear something this significant with this magnitude, I do worry. My heart breaks. And it's hard to explain how it feels because, you could think it's not your children or they're okay, but I don't know that. You never know that. And so I've honestly been crying a lot. I've been crying at the drop of a hat, and I'm exhausted and drained. And I just want to say to those who reached out to me and talked to me and asked me how I feel, I really, really appreciate it. And those who didn't, I want you to understand that I am not exaggerating and I'm not overreacting. I'm just sad. And I'm hurt. Again, just the whole gamut of the emotion that I keep feeling. And believe me, it's real. It's there. It's there for me. And again, it's just a matter of, if I don't hear from my kids, wondering where they're at, what they're doing, what they're up to. It's sad. And it's also interesting that my kids were raised under, our circumstances have always been good and ideal. Regardless, even when they were young, I had told them, I would remind them about them being Black boys and how they have to do better, work harder, and what not to do, like every Black mother does. And it's just sad that we have to have that narrative on a regular basis. And how much so now? And why? Why is it getting so much harder? Why are we so divided? I don't know. And so as a council member, I want us to work to make Federal Way not only a welcoming city, but a safe city for all to live in. And again, this resonates so true to me now, more so than ever. I do want to ask you, all the council members and mayor, to stand against all forms of racism. And thank you for the proclamation we had today. It was drafted way before all this unfolded. And I truly believe that for people who are listening, we did not forget what happened. We did not leave it out. It's just that the other proclamation was drafted a while ago. And so I just want to make that clear to whoever's listening, to the public. What I would like to see us do is reach out to our community and find out what our community needs. People are screaming, and we really need to pay attention. And I do appreciate what Joe Lata said, what Cynthia said. So I feel validated for what I'm saying, because again, thank you for your comments, you guys, because I'm not the only person feeling the way I do. Mayor, I do want to commend you for everything that you are doing in our city. I do notice it, so I don't want you to feel like I'm leaving anything behind or unsaid. I do appreciate what Public Works does with their contracting, and I really am thankful. I so appreciate what Human Services has done when they did the granting through the lens of equity. I just think it's way overdue that we have not done this before. And what Cynthia said does validate and it gives credibility to what has been done in that realm. And so I want to thank Sarah and her team for making this happen. It's a delight. But again, there's more to be done. And I don't know what that is. I just want our residents to feel confident in the fact that Federal Way is their city and we care, and we do care. Every single one of us, 7 of us and our mayor staff, care about the well-being of our city. And I know budget is always a concern, especially right now when we don't know where we stand with our budget. And I appreciate all the concern, but this is urgent. It's now, and it's about people's feelings, people's lives, and people feeling like they are safe. We need to do something. And I honestly don't know what that something is. And I think that's why I want us to talk to the community, people who know what to do, or look at other cities, what they have done or what they're doing. But whatever it is, I think we need to do it. We need to make it happen. And we need to commit to this. And I do love the Black Lives Matter flag. It could even start with council and all of us going through training. And I don't even know what kind of training the police have. And I want people to feel confident that our police officers are doing their best. And I think just saying that to our police, and I do appreciate, Chief, what you said on your report earlier today. It's great. I love it. Thank you so much. But I want these to be, I don't want us to be reactionary. I want us to be proactive in whatever we do. And I do apologize for taking up your time, but I feel so strongly about this. I think I've always whispered how I feel, and I just want to shout it now. And I want it to be clear that I'm very much committed to this. And so if we need to look for grants, I am more than happy to participate in whatever it takes to move this forward. And I hope and pray that my fellow council members and the mayor would be a part of this journey. I need you. We need you. Our community needs you, and we're all screaming. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And thank you.
Thank you so
That's all.
much. Thank you so much, Lydia. Very, very moving. Thank you. And thank you so much for opening up and telling us how you feel and what you really believe. So it's, thank you. I've heard when you talk about your boys, I've understood what you meant, and I think we all do. So you did a great job. You've done a great job. So thank you so much. Okay, Councilmember Barroso, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you for everything staff is doing, and Sarah and yourself, Police Chief. I know it's very hard right now. It's times I think we're all kind of shocked a little bit. Councilmember Safadasan, I understand where you're coming from. You're not here alone. We are here for you, all of us, and I just want to let you know that. And so I too would like to listen to the community and figure out where we should go from here. We need to heal together. There's a lot going on that we have to take care of, but I think that together we can solve a lot of things, and we need to move forward. It's kind of a timely thing that that we did the proclamation. Everything is timely, and so where it comes to racism, discrimination, it's been there. We all know that. It's just that it's surfaced so much, and there's a lot of things that we can do. We have to try to get everything back together to where we are one voice. And to do that, we have to go out to the community and talk to them. And that's the plan that I would like to do to also and take care of, if possible, with council members, mayor, go out, talk to the community again. It's time that we go back out there and figure out what we need to do. They are the hearts, we are the voice. They are the voices, we are the hearts. And so let's take care of each other. And believe me, I too worry about my children. My son wants to go down to Seattle tomorrow. I just told him, be careful. I want you home before it gets late. And He said to me, Dad, I just need to go down there. I understand. I told him, I understand you, son. And I will support that. So I'll keep that short. And I'm thank you, Mayor. That's my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mayor. Lydia, I want you to know that you're not alone. And I'm always will stand with you. Last week, like many of you, I watch on YouTube and Facebook and all the news channel with anger and disbelief. There was right in front of my eyes an unarmed black man dying on the street at the hands of the police officer. While other officers were watching and didn't do anything. This last week, I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly in our society. This is not America that I once dreamed to come over. I am wholeheartedly support the peaceful protest and demand justice for George Floyd. As a person of color and as an elected official, I want you to know that I am standing with you all. I am. Having said that, however, I do condemn the looting, the destruction of businesses by some bad people. These people are not about fighting to end racism or equality for all people or justice for George. They are taking advantage of the situation to benefit themselves and to destroy our community. You know, oftentimes we pay so much attention on the violent images, the negative images online, but we neglected to see the positive images. And I share this with my kids as well. When I see the image of the Miami Police Department kneel in front of protesters and walk with them, I cry. When I see the image of the white police officer holding an elderly black woman, I cry. When I see a white police officer holding a little black boy and shield him, protect him from being harmed, I cry. And a couple of days ago, when I see the Bellevue police chief took a knee and listened to the protesters, I cry. I cry because that is to me hope. That is hope. There are still good people, good cops out there. That gives me some hope. And I hope that one day we will build a better community, a better America. George should not have died the way he did. No one should. But we should use his death to bring us together as a community to end racism. Don't use his death to divide our community and our country. And with that, I end my report, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilor Kopeng.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I obviously appreciate the heartfelt sentiments tonight, and I think the events that we've seen recently justify that. Justified. I think we've all had time to process this, and I look at kind of what's happened, and you gotta look through it through a lot of different lenses, and I can only look at through the lenses that I have, and basically hear from other people. And I think we tend to, I think, as a nation, to self-segregate in certain respects, and to kind of get into echo chambers and begin to repeat things over and over again, and stop listening to other people. And I think as a city, as leaders in this city, as council members that want to encourage what we believe is the best thing for our community, I think modeling mutual respect, honesty, honoring one another, and just plain old-fashioned neighborliness are things that everyone can aspire to, and I think live as we move forward in this discussion. I think there will be a discussion. I think that for me as a council member, for any one of us as council members to say, well, this is the answer, I don't think is going to really have the necessary weight of understanding. I know that people have an answer. They say this is the answer, and I don't know if they have the answer, but they believe they do. I think that it's when we have the conversation, when it's based on that foundation of mutual respect, that we can get to that place where we actually find an answer that works for us as a community. I think communities, they take a long time to build. And we're a city that's grown very quickly over the last few years. But it's like community, it's like it's cultivated. It's painstaking. It comes with great effort. It takes time. But I think most importantly, it really takes humility. And for us as council members to have humility, to be able to listen, but also to set that example out in the community, I think is very important. And I think that's where I want to lead us, what I want to lead us toward in these next months and years as we try to move forward from this point in time. And I think, the other thing is too, we're really like trying to wrap up COVID-19 here and move towards some level of normalcy. And then this happened, the unfortunate incident with George, the tragic, it's a travesty what happened to George Floyd, obviously, but it's basically squeezed our society in a way that I don't think it's been squeezed in a while. And what's come out is the things that are beneath the surface. And those, I understand the anger. I understand the frustration from my perspective. I don't understand it from the depth that some people are feeling it. Obviously, there's a lot of emotion. But I do understand that this is a moment in time, and these emotions come as emotions come in my life at a moment in time. But this is not who we are as a nation. This is who we are right now. And I believe that we can move toward that more perfect union that we've aspired to from the very beginning of the founding of this nation, and become a better city, better county, better state, and better country as a result of all of us contributing to a solution that includes listening to one another. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilor Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for being vulnerable and sharing your honest feedback. And it's not an easy thing to do at all. And so I've prepared some remarks, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to read that if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. what happened to George Floyd was evil, and justice is being pursued. Over the past several days, demonstrators have marched peacefully, reacting to a reality that many of us have been unwilling to confront. Their protests are the latest in our hallowed American traditions of peacefully assembling, of speaking freely, and of petitioning the government for a redress of grievances. And I wholeheartedly support these constitutional expressions of our rights. To peaceful protesters, I hear you. Let's continue to instill reforms and continue the conversations so that justice can serve those to whom it has long been denied. However, nearby, these peaceful protesters have been instigators whose only goal is to bury solemn speech and lawful demonstrations beneath an ugly mound of violence, vandalism, and the looting of anything that might feed their own greed. To instigators, your selfishness has undermined a people's demand for dignity, and you've become a cog in the apparatus of oppression, racism, and violence that you no doubt claim to be fighting against. Shame on you. I hope that those responsible for the violence and vandalism we have seen, not just all over, are held accountable, and through our justice system for the damage they've done to people, to property, and to a movement that's already shouldered more damage than many of us can fathom. Even more than that, I hope that what is planted after this unrest are seeds that can blossom into a system that recognizes the dignity of each and every person, every human being, not just in Washington, but throughout our nation. In Federal Way, I'm proud to have witnessed over the past few days our local law enforcement supporting the peaceful protests in our city and reaffirming the commitment to holding themselves accountable. There's always room for improvements, and I'm here to listen to what new steps we can take together to make the city more welcoming and supportive to everyone who lives and works here, calling for change. Thank you. I'll end my report with that, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Karchmar.
Well, Mayor, thank you. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, to Allison Taylor Fine for reaching out to me. She did know my granddaughter, and I thank her very much for her kind comments. And Lydia and Greg and Tran, I know I can hear the hurt in your voices. Lydia, I know the fear that you feel. I've already been through, I have to go back to say, I have this belief that God has a plan for all of us. And for all my worrying about my children, for all my worrying about what could happen, what couldn't happen, things happened whether I worried or not. Whether I prepared or not, whether I planned or not. I have a box around my heart to protect it from any more pain. I lost a husband when I was 36 in a plane crash. I lost a son when he was 21, 4-point student of a heart condition. I lost a stepdaughter a year ago, homeless on the streets, on drugs. And then within the last 2 weeks, I lost a granddaughter, collapsed at home. We don't know why yet, why she died. But I consider her a collateral damage from COVID because we couldn't get her the help we needed. We couldn't get her in to see the people she needed. And so I've got a box around my heart, and I try to steel myself and try not to talk about these things because they're so hurtful. And I know they're so hurtful to all of you who have to worry about your children because they have skin of a different color. I have a granddaughter who has cerebral palsy. I worried forever whether she would be picked on in school. There are a lot of wonderful people in this world. We have a lot of wonderful people in our community. We have a lot of people who will reach out and help. If I had known about the gathering at 320th Impact Highway, you can't just put it on social media because we may not be on those social media pages. But I did watch the video of the woman who was going around taking video pictures of people. And I did realize, I heard that it was put on by 2 different churches, and I fully respect what they were trying to do. I was actually involved with some things with my family at that time. What I would like to, and I really respect that they did things so respectfully. However, 400 people on that intersection, that's a lot of folks. I do want to say that what I'm concerned about for our community are the gangs that were coming down the I-5 corridor from Seattle and South Center and coming into our community. I mean, that is just wrong. And so thank you to our police who were right there taking care of Target, taking care of Best Buy, right there taking care of Wine & More, and the 4th store that was hit, so that we didn't have any more problems. We all need to be taking care of our community, taking care of our community members, and taking care of our businesses. So I'm very pleased that we have a council that reflects the diversity in our community. So thank you. I just want to say, I try not to talk too much because I end up crying, and that doesn't do anybody any good. So I have, again, this box around my heart. And what I do with that box, protecting my heart, is I then get involved in trying to take care of other things. So I'm very pleased to be on the Parks Commission, so I can help people who are homeless, so I can help the people who need food and need to be taken care of so they can get their rent during this very, very difficult time. And I'm very pleased to be a member of this council who wants to reach out to their community to help the businesses that are suffering right now. And all of the employees who work in those businesses, they're worried about whether they'll have a job. They're worried about whether they'll be able to get health care. And so very proud to be a member of this council. I'm very proud to be a member of this community. And folks, we're just going to keep moving forward and do the best we can to make this community a place we're proud to call our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And very, very touching comments. Council President Honda.
Thank you. I've told Councilmember Kochmar this recently, but I'll say it publicly. She's one of the strongest women I know. I can't imagine losing a husband and having to raise 3 little kids by myself, or losing any of my children or my grandchildren. They're very special, and you worry about them all the time. You know, I used to think when my kids got out of high school, I wouldn't worry about them. I wouldn't stay up at night until they came home and realized that our oldest just turned 39. I can't believe he's 39. And I still worry about him. You know, it's something that a mother always does. And now we have 6 little grandchildren I get to worry about. So I wrote something down that I'm going to read. But before I do that, I wanted to remind the public that we have a Facebook social media policy as a council. This weekend, the community member wanted council members to respond to a Facebook post. And one council member had responded when I saw the post, and then another council member responded, and then a third. So to the public, I know that the council members know this, but to the public, there's a law in Washington State, and a council can only have a meeting when it is noticed, when the public is given at least 24-hour notice for a meeting. A quorum of the council is 4. if 4 people were to respond to a Facebook post, that it could be considered a meeting by the state, and the council would be breaking the law, and we would be in trouble. And none of us want to do that. So if you don't see people responding to a Facebook post, it's because of that. There are some organizations that don't suggest that council members respond to any Facebook posts. It's too dangerous, they think. So each council member has their own policy, I'm sure, of how they respond. But I need the public to understand that we simply can't all respond to a Facebook post. I'd also like to say that as a nurse, it's important that you take care of yourself mentally and physically to be able to take care of others. And it's okay to take a time out and take a break. There is so much, even though we can't meet physically together, there is so much going on that council is taking care of. And it's things that we've never thought about before, some of the things that we have to take care of and think about. And it can be tiring and it can be stressful. And you need to take care of yourself. And it's okay to turn off your social media. It's okay to take the time you need so that you have this strength to take care of other people. And that's what council does. So I would encourage you all, and even our staff, this is really a very stressful time, and it was stressful before Mr. Floyd was killed. So with that, I would encourage you all to really, really take care of yourself. It's something that you need to do for yourself, and make sure that you stay healthy mentally and physically. It's very, very important for all of us. So this is a statement that I'm going to read so that I don't forget to say something. I am deeply saddened by the tragic and avoidable death of Mr. George Floyd. I expect and demand that a full investigation of this event that took the life of Mr. Floyd be done as quickly as possible. This is a difficult time for many people. With the COVID-19 crisis, families are struggling with many issues. Many people are feeling overwhelmed, dealing with daily life. People may not be working, and they may not even be receiving unemployment money due to the ongoing issues with the state. Or people may be working overtime, and then they need to come home and educate their children. The death of Mr. Floyd was wrong, and the reaction of people across the country to protest is a right that we have as Americans. But we don't have a right to riot and to destroy property or cause injury to others. I am thankful to our police chief, our police officers, and to Mayor Farrell, who provided protection to our citizens and our businesses in Federal Way for those who wanted to come into our city to damage property and to steal merchandise. People are scared, people are tired, and people are concerned what the future will bring. And I can tell you, Sunday night was a terrifying night. It was truly scary. There's going to be a new normal. Our lives are going to be different. The way we work, the way we go to school, the way we travel will all be different, and we don't know what that different looks like. But the new normal must address how we face diversity, equity, inclusion, and racism, because our future depends on it. As leaders of the city, I encourage you all to please take care of yourselves. And if you need to talk, please call, text, whatever. Thank you for being so open tonight. It's a really difficult time we're going through. And it will end at some point. But our service won't end, and the needs of our community won't end. And there are things that we just simply cannot tolerate, and things need to be changed. So, good night. It's been a long meeting. We haven't had one of these meetings like this for a very long time. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Susan. I am proud and honored to work with each and every one of you. Thank you for your service to our community. It really was very moving to hear each and every one of your perspectives. Council, you did a great job tonight. We got through a lot of material at the conclusion of the meeting. You did a great job. Thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you,
Be
Mayor.
safe.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.